Story number 1. Echoes in the frost. The house in the frozen woods. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful winter evening in New Hampshire etched into my mind like the icy frost that once enveloped the abandoned house deep within the woods. My name is Alex Turner, and the events that unfolded that night have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin line between curiosity and peril. It was early December, the heart of winter settling over the suburban stretches of New Hampshire with a relentless grip. The snow fell thick and heavy, transforming familiar streets into silent, white expanses. Our town, Maple Ridge, was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, where traditions were upheld with unwavering devotion, and where the allure of the unknown rarely tempted the cautious minds of its residents. But for my friends and me, Jason, Emily, and Mia, the promise of adventure was too irresistible to ignore. The house in the frozen woods had been the subject of countless local legends. Whispered tales of unexplained noises and mysterious disappearances that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. Located at the edge of Maple Ridge, the house stood as a decaying monument to forgotten stories, its windows darkened by grime and its structure leaning precariously against the weight of years. One particularly frigid evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first snowflakes began to fall, our group gathered at my house, huddled together for warmth and camaraderie. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls as we discussed our latest plan to explore the infamous house. "Are you sure about this?" Jason asked, his breath visible in the cold air. "We don't know what's out there." Emily, always the skeptic, frowned thoughtfully. "It's just an old house, Jason. There's probably nothing there. Besides, we've never gone back." Mia, the most daring of us all, grinned. "Come on, guys, it's the perfect night for it. The snow will cover our tracks, and we can have a real adventure." Reluctantly, Jason nodded, and we agreed to meet at midnight, the witching hour when the house seemed to come alive with whispers of the past. As the hours ticked by, anticipation and unease mingled within us, each of us grappling with the fear that perhaps some stories were better left untold. When midnight finally arrived, we bundled up in layers of clothing, our faces numb from the biting cold. The drive to the house was treacherous, the snow-covered roads slick and barely visible under the thick blanket of white. The full moon cast an eerie glow, illuminating the path ahead and heightening our sense of foreboding. As we approached the house, the air grew colder, the silence of the night pressing in on us from all sides. The structure loomed before us, its once grand facade now marred by decay and neglect. The windows were dark, reflecting the pale light of the moon, and the door hung ajar, creaking softly in the wind. "All right, let's stick together," I whispered, trying to steady my racing heart. We stepped out of the car, the crunch of snow beneath our boots the only sound breaking the oppressive stillness. Inside, the house was a relic of a bygone era, the air thick with dust and the lingering scent of forgotten memories. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing faded wallpaper, broken furniture, and remnants of lives long past. We moved cautiously, our footsteps muffled by the thick carpet, each of us acutely aware of the eerie silence that surrounded us. As we made our way to the back of the house, the temperature seemed to drop even further, our breaths visible in the frigid air. It was then that we heard it, a faint, sorrowful cry echoing through the halls, a sound that sent chills down our spines. "Did you guys hear that?" Emily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Jason nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "Yeah, it sounded like a child crying." Determined to uncover the source, we followed the sound, our flashlights guiding us through the labyrinthine corridors. The crying grew louder, more desperate, until we reached a large, dimly lit room at the end of a long hallway. The room was empty, save for a single window that looked out onto the snow-covered grounds. But what caught our attention were the handprints smeared across the glass, stark against the pristine snow outside. Look at these, Mia pointed out, her voice trembling. It's like someone tried to escape. I approached the window, my heart pounding in my chest. The handprints were fresh, their edges smudged as if someone had pressed their hands against the cold glass. Pleading for help. A sense of dread settled over us as we realized that the house was not as abandoned as we had believed. Maybe someone was trapped here, I suggested, trying to rationalize the horrifying sight, like a kid who couldn't find their way out. But before we could ponder further, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. We turned to leave, only to find the door had vanished, replaced by a solid wall of ice that shimmered ominously under the weak light. "What's happening?" Jason exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Emily stepped forward, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of an exit. But there was none. The cries of the child echoed once more, louder and more insistent, as if the spirit itself was trying to communicate with us. Suddenly, the temperature dropped even further, our breaths freezing in midair as an invisible force pressed down on us. Mia let out a strangled cry, clutching her chest as the cold became unbearable. "We need to get out of here," I urged, my voice shaking with fear. But the walls of ice seemed impenetrable, the room closing in around us as the cries continued to fill the air. Desperation clawed at our minds as we struggled against the unseen force, our attempts to break free futile against the supernatural barrier that held us captive. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed Mia's hand, pulling her towards what we hoped was an exit. But as I turned to Jason and Emily, they were gone, vanished without a trace, their absence as sudden and inexplicable as the door's disappearance. "Guys!" I cried out, my voice cracking with terror. "Where are you?" The cries of the child morphed into anguished wails, the sound reverberating through the frozen room. I spun around, trying to locate my friends, but the room offered no answers, only the relentless cries and the oppressive cold. Suddenly, the handprints on the window began to glow, the letters smudged into something resembling words. I strained to read them, the message becoming clearer despite the frost that coated the glass. "Help us escape." A surge of hope mixed with fear coursed through me. "We have to help them," I muttered, my mind racing to understand what was happening. "We need to free them from here." But before I could act, a figure materialized in the center of the room, a ghostly apparition of a woman dressed in a tattered dress, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. She floated towards me, her presence both haunting and heartbreaking. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the cries of the child. She paused, her gaze piercing through me. "They are trapped. You must help us." I felt a surge of determination despite the fear gripping my heart. "Tell me what to do." The apparition gestured towards the window, her fingers pointing to the handprints that now resembled a map leading deeper into the woods. "Follow the path, find the source, and set us free." With no other choice, I gathered my courage and set out into the frozen night, the glowing handprints guiding my way through the thickening snow. The journey was arduous, the cold numbing my limbs and the darkness pressing in on all sides. But the cries of the trapped souls kept me moving, their desperation fueling my resolve. After what felt like hours, I arrived at a clearing where the abandoned house stood like a sentinel against the encroaching forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something metallic, a reminder of the lives lost to the unforgiving winter. I approached the house, the cries growing louder as I neared, the sound echoing through the silent woods. Inside, the atmosphere was suffocating, the walls adorned with faded photographs and remnants of lives that had been abruptly halted. In the center of the room stood an old, ornate clock, its hands frozen at midnight, the very hour we had set out to free the trapped souls. "Overcome your fear," a voice whispered, the words carried by the icy wind that swirled around me. "Only then can we be free." Summoning every ounce of strength, I reached out and touched the clock, my fingers trembling as they made contact with the cold metal. The clock began to chime, the the sound resonating through the house like a beacon of hope. The room filled with a blinding light, and the frozen walls began to melt away, revealing the spirits of those who had been trapped within. One by one, the apparitions emerged, their faces etched with gratitude and relief. The cries of the child softened into whispers of thanks as they began to fade, their spirits finally finding peace after years of entrapment. As the last spirit dissolved into the night, the house itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the oppressive cold lifting as warmth filled the air. I stood there, exhausted but triumphant, knowing that I had played a part in freeing the lost souls from their eternal winter. Returning to the spot where I had set out, I found my friends waiting, Jason and Emily, unharmed but visibly shaken. They had been locked in the ice barrier, trapped just as we had been. But now they stood beside me, their eyes filled with a newfound respect for the mysteries that lay hidden in the frozen wilderness. "We did it," Emily whispered, her voice filled with awe. "We actually did it." Jason nodded, a solemn smile crossing his face. "Yeah, we helped them find peace." As we made our way back through the snow-covered roads, the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness, I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment mixed with a lingering unease. The house in the frozen woods stood silent once more, its secrets finally laid to rest beneath the relentless winter. But the memory of that night remains with me, a haunting reminder of the thin line between curiosity and caution, and the enduring power of compassion in the face of the unknown. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered woods, the whispers of the past echoing through my mind, a testament to the spirits that linger in forgotten places and the souls that seek to find their way home. And so, I warn others, respect the mysteries that lie beyond the veil, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some paths should be tread with care. For in the heart of New Hampshire, amidst the silent snow and frozen woods, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward understanding and eternal peace. Story number 2. Echoes in the Snow, the Bell of Stanley Hotel. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that frigid December evening in 2015 lingering in my mind like the persistent chill that once enveloped the grand halls of the Stanley Hotel in Colorado. My name is Daniel Harris, and the events that unfolded during my stay have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the restless spirits that linger in forgotten places. The Stanley Hotel, perched majestically on Estes Park's rocky outcrop, is a relic of a bygone era, a place where history and legend intertwine. Known for inspiring Stephen King's The Shining, it stands as a testament to opulence and eerie grandeur, its sprawling architecture and sweeping views concealing secrets that time itself seems reluctant to forget. I had always been fascinated by its storied past, the tales of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena that drew thrill-seekers and paranormal enthusiasts from far and wide. It was December 14th, 2015, when I decided to book a weekend stay at the Stanley, eager to experience firsthand the haunted whispers that had fueled countless ghost stories. My friends, Sarah and Mike, joined me, their skepticism balanced by a shared curiosity that made the prospect of a haunted hotel trip irresistible. Little did we know, our adventure would become a chapter of our lives we'd never wish to revisit. Upon arrival, the snow was falling thickly, each flake settling softly on the pristine grounds and adding a layer of silence to the already hushed ambience of the hotel. The lobby was a marvel of Victorian elegance, with marble floors reflecting the warm glow of crystal chandeliers and grand staircases that seemed to stretch endlessly into shadowy depths. We were shown to our rooms, each one a blend of historic charm and modern comfort, adorned with antique furnishings and intricate woodwork that whispered tales of the past. That first night, as we settled into our rooms, the atmosphere was both inviting and unsettling. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and sending snow swirling in chaotic patterns across the landscape. We shared stories by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. It was during one of these quiet moments that the first hint of something amiss made itself known. At around midnight, I was awakened by the faint sound of piano music drifting through the thin walls of my room. At first, I thought it was a dream, the result of exhaustion and the cold seeping into my bones. But the melody was distinct, a hauntingly beautiful tune that seemed to emanate from the depths of the hotel itself. I sat up, listening intently, but the music faded into silence as mysteriously as it had appeared. I brushed it off as the hotel's background music or perhaps an echo from the grand ballroom, and tried to return to sleep. However, the sound persisted intermittently throughout the night, each time more pronounced and sorrowful. The next morning, over breakfast, I mentioned it to Sarah and Mike, who admitted to hearing similar melodies echoing through their rooms. The shared experience only heightened our curiosity and unease. Determined to uncover the source, we decided to explore the hotel's grand ballroom. As we ascended the sweeping staircase, the heavy wooden steps creaked under our weight, each echo amplifying the tension that built between us. The ballroom was a cavernous space, adorned with ornate chandeliers and vast mirrors that reflected the opulent decor and the soft glow of candlelight. To our surprise, the room was completely empty. No grand piano, no musicians, nothing to suggest where the music was coming from. Confusion gnawed at us as we exchanged puzzled glances. It was then that we noticed the old, ornate bell hanging from the ceiling, its surface dulled by years of neglect. The bell seemed out of place, its presence a silent sentinel in the vast emptiness of the ballroom. As we approached the bell, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably, our breaths visible in the frigid air. Suddenly, the faint sound of piano keys being struck filled the space, the melody now accompanied by the soft tolling of the bell. The music swelled, each note resonating with a melancholic beauty that sent shivers down my spine. We watched in awe as the pendulum of the bell began to swing gently, the motion synchronized with the haunting tune. It was then that we saw her, a figure clad in an elegant evening gown, her presence ethereal and otherworldly. She stood near the piano, her back to us, lost in the sorrowful melody she played. Her hair cascaded in loose waves, and her eyes held a profound sadness that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of our beings. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the questions lingering in the cold air. She didn't respond, her focus unwavering as her fingers danced across the invisible keys. The room seemed to grow colder still, the shadows deepening around her form. I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow emanating from her, a pain that transcended time and space. "We mean you no harm," Sarah called out softly, stepping forward with cautious steps. "Is there something we can do to help?" The woman paused, turning her head slowly to face us. Her eyes, once filled with sorrow, now held a flicker of hope. "Release us," she whispered, her voice a haunting echo that reverberated through the ballroom. "Set us free." Before we could respond, the bell tolled louder, the sound vibrating through the very core of the hotel. The music ceased abruptly, the woman dissolving into a swirl of snowflakes that seemed to rise from the very ground beneath us. The temperature surged back to normal, the oppressive chill lifting as quickly as it had descended. We stood there in stunned silence, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the air. What did she mean by "set us free"? The questions swirled in our minds as we retreated from the ballroom, the haunting beauty of the moment etched into our memories. In the days that followed, the atmosphere at the Stanley Hotel grew increasingly tense. The piano music returned sporadically, each time accompanied by strange occurrences, doors slamming shut on their own, objects moving without reason, and the persistent feeling of being watched. Guests began to report sightings of a ghostly woman in an evening gown standing by the second-floor windows, her gaze fixed on the snowy grounds below. Determined to find answers, we delved deeper into the hotel's history, uncovering stories of tragic losses and unfulfilled lives that had once walked its halls. It was then that we discovered the tale of Evelyn Hartley, a young woman who had perished in a tragic accident within the ballroom decades ago. Her untimely death had left her spirit restless, bound to the very place that had been her sanctuary and her undoing. The more we learned about Evelyn, the more the pieces began to fit together. Her love for music, her tragic end, and the lingering sorrow that seemed to pervade the ballroom all pointed to the possibility that her spirit sought closure, a release from the pain that held her captive within the hotel's walls. Armed with this knowledge, we decided to honor her memory and help her find peace. We organized a memorial concert in the ballroom, inviting local musicians to play Evelyn's favorite pieces in her honor. On the night of the concert, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation and a touch of fear, the legacy of the haunted hotel adding a layer of solemnity to the proceedings. As the final notes of the last song faded into the night, the temperature in the ballroom began to rise, the oppressive chill giving way to a warm, comforting glow. The piano stood silent, the bell no longer tolling, and the ghostly figure of Evelyn Hartley appeared one last time, her eyes filled with gratitude and peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now filled with serenity. "I can finally rest." With those final words, Evelyn's spirit dissolved into the ether. The ballroom bathed in a gentle light that seemed to cleanse the lingering darkness. The strange occurrences ceased, the haunting presence now a distant memory, replaced by a sense of tranquility that enveloped the grand halls of the Stanley Hotel. In the years that followed, the Stanley continued to stand as a beacon of history and elegance, its haunted past now a story of redemption and remembrance. Guests still spoke of the ghostly woman and the echoes of piano music, but those tales were now tinged with a sense of closure and peace, a testament to the enduring bonds between the living and the spirits that once walked the hotel's storied halls. But the memory of that winter night remains with me, a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered grounds of the Stanley, the whispers of the past echoing through my mind, a testament to the enduring presence of those who came before us and the spirits that watch over us from beyond. And so, I warn others, respect the places you visit, honor the memories of those who have passed, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Colorado, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward understanding and eternal peace. Story number 3. Shadows in the Fox, the haunting of Detroit's Fox Theater. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that frigid winter evening in Detroit etched into my mind like the creaking boards of the old Fox Theater basement. My name is Michael Reynolds, and the events that unfolded during my late-night maintenance job have left an indelible scar on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the restless spirits that linger in forgotten places. The Fox Theater, a grand relic of the past, stood proudly on Woodward Avenue, its ornate facade a testament to Detroit's golden age of entertainment. Once a bustling hub for movies and live performances, the theater had fallen into disrepair over the years, its glory days long behind it. I worked as a maintenance technician, tasked with the occasional repairs and upkeep of the aging structure. It was a job that suited my solitary nature, allowing me to work the quiet hours while most of the city slept. On December 3, 2018, the winter had already laid a thick blanket of snow over Detroit, turning the city into a silent, white expanse. The temperature had plummeted well below freezing, the biting cold seeping into every corner of the old theater. I arrived at the Fox Theater at midnight, the parking lot empty and the grand marquee dimmed, its lights flickering sporadically against the darkness. "Hey, Mike," called out Tony, the night manager, his voice echoing down the empty hallway. "We've got a report from upstairs. There's a leak in the projection room. Think you can handle it?" I nodded, grabbing my toolkit and making my way towards the projection room. The theater was a maze of ornate corridors and dimly lit rooms, the air thick with dust and the lingering scent of old velvet. As I navigated the labyrinthine basement, the temperature seemed to drop further, the chill wrapping around me like an invisible cloak. The projection room was a relic from another era, with vintage equipment and heavy curtains that had seen better days. I began assessing the leak, tracing the source to a small crack in the ceiling. As I worked, the silence was broken only by the distant drip of water and the occasional hum of the faulty projector. It was then that I noticed it, a shadow moving in the corner of the room, barely perceptible against the dark backdrop. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light or my imagination playing games with me. But the more I focused, the clearer the figure became. A tall man, dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned suit, stood silently in the corner, his presence both commanding and unnerving. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally loud in the confined space. The man didn't respond. Instead, he remained still, his hollow eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I took a step forward, trying to rationalize the sight. Maybe someone's left something up here, I muttered to myself, though my heart pounded with unease. As I approached, the temperature in the room seemed to drop further, my breath visible in the frigid air. The man's figure began to shimmer, his form wavering like smoke in a breeze. I reached out to touch him, my fingers inches away from his ethereal presence. But as I did, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gust of icy wind that sent shivers down my spine. I recoiled, the chill settling deep into my bones. "What the hell was that?" I whispered, glancing around the room as if expecting him to reappear. Before I could collect my thoughts, the lights flickered violently, plunging the projection room into darkness for a split second before returning to their dim glow. The oppressive silence returned, but the feeling of being watched lingered, an invisible weight pressing down on me. I hastily finished fixing the leak, my mind racing with questions and fear. As I packed up my tools, I heard footsteps echoing through the empty theater, the sound growing louder and more deliberate with each passing second. My heart raced as I turned to see the shadowy figure reappear in the doorway, his presence more defined and menacing than before. "Leave now," the man whispered, his voice a hollow echo that resonated through the room. I froze, the words cutting through me like a knife. "Who are you?" I demanded, though my voice lacked the confidence I intended. The man took a step forward, his eyes never leaving mine. "This place was once alive with joy and laughter. Now, it's forgotten, abandoned. Don't let the past consume you." Before I could respond, he faded into the shadows once more, the temperature rising back to normal as quickly as it had dropped. The feeling of his presence lingered, a haunting reminder of the encounter I had just experienced. Shaken, I made my way back to the main floor, the weight of the man's message pressing heavily on my mind. As I reached the lobby, I found Tony waiting, concern etched into his face. "Everything okay?" he asked, his eyes searching mine for answers. I forced a shaky smile, trying to mask my fear. "Yeah, just the leak. Nothing to worry about." But as I walked away, the image of the tall man in the projection room stayed with me, his warning echoing in my thoughts. Over the next few days, strange things began to happen at the Fox Theater. Doors would slam shut on their own, lights flickered without cause, and the sound of faint, sorrowful whispers filled the empty corridors. Employees reported feeling a cold presence lingering in certain areas, especially the basement where I had encountered the ghostly figure. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into the history of the Fox Theater, speaking with local historians and scouring old records. It was then that I discovered the tragic story of Thomas Whitaker, a projectionist who had worked at the theater for decades. In December 1985, during a particularly harsh winter, Thomas had died in a freak accident in the projection room, his body found tangled in the faulty equipment. The incident had been ruled an accident, But rumors persisted that Thomas had been more than just a simple projectionist. Some believed he had a deeper connection to the theater's legacy. The more I learned about Thomas, the more the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. His dedication to his job, the tragic accident, and the lingering sadness that seemed to pervade the theater all pointed to the possibility that his spirit had remained, unable to find peace after his untimely death. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to perform a small memorial for Thomas, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement for the man who had dedicated his life to preserving the magic of the Fox Theater. I gathered old photographs, lit a few candles, and stood in the projection room, hoping to soothe the restless spirit that had haunted me for so long. As I spoke softly, recounting Thomas's contributions and the legacy he had left behind, the atmosphere in the room began to change. The oppressive chill lifted, replaced by a sense of warmth and tranquility. The lights steadied, and the shadows receded, leaving behind a peaceful stillness that enveloped the space. Suddenly, the temperature dropped once more, and the ghostly figure of Thomas Whitaker appeared before me, his eyes now filled with gratitude and peace. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice no longer hollow but filled with genuine emotion. "I can finally rest." With those final words, Thomas's spirit faded into the ether. The projection room bathed in a warm, golden light that seemed to cleanse the lingering darkness. The strange occurrences ceased, the haunting presence no longer a threat but a reminder of the importance of respect and remembrance. In the weeks that followed, the Fox Theater returned to its usual self, the eerie atmosphere replaced by a renewed sense of purpose and community. The legend of Thomas Whitaker became a part of the theater's rich history, a story of dedication, tragedy, and redemption that bound us all together in a shared understanding of the unseen forces that watch over us. But the memory of that winter night remains with me, a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing at the grand facade of the Fox Theater during the cold winter months, the lingering whispers of the past echoing through my mind, a testament to the enduring bonds between our world and the spirits that linger in forgotten places. And so, I warn others, respect the places you work, honor the memories of those who have passed, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Detroit, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward understanding and eternal peace. Story number 4. Whispers Beneath the Frost. The Crybaby Bridge. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful winter evening in 2015 haunting me like the relentless snowfall that once cloaked the infamous Crybaby Bridge in Indiana. My name is Ethan Miller, and the events that unfolded on that icy night have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the supernatural. Crybaby Bridge, nestled in the heart of Indiana, has long been the subject of local legends and ghost stories. The tales speak of a young child who was tragically abandoned beneath the bridge, their cries echoing through the cold winter air. Drivers passing by on snowy nights have reported seeing the ghostly figure of a woman standing in the middle of the bridge, only to vanish when approached. Most dismiss these stories as mere folklore, but I was about to experience the terror firsthand. It was December 12th, 2015, a night so cold that even the air felt like shards of ice piercing through my jacket. My friends and I had just finished a late-night snowboarding session at a nearby hill, our cheeks flushed from the chill and our bodies exhausted from the adrenaline rush. As we packed up our gear and prepared to head home, Jake suggested we take a shortcut through Crybaby Bridge to save time. "Come on, Ethan," Jake urged, his breath visible in the frigid air. "It'll be fun. Besides, it's just a bridge." I hesitated, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. "I don't know, man. There's something about that place. It's creepy, especially at night." But Jake was insistent, his curiosity getting the better of him. Reluctantly, I agreed. and we made our way towards the bridge. The snow crunching beneath our boots. The bridge loomed ahead, its steel structure silhouetted against the pale glow of the moon. The snow had accumulated thickly, covering the pavement and creating an almost seamless white expanse that stretched into the darkness. As we approached, the familiar silence of the night enveloped us, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind and the occasional drip of melting ice. The bridge felt desolate, abandoned, despite its popularity as a local ghost story hotspot. We crossed the bridge quickly, eager to leave the eerie atmosphere behind. But as we neared the midpoint, something changed. The temperature seemed to drop even further, the cold seeping into my bones and making my breath visible in the air. The wind picked up, howling through the gaps in the bridge's structure, creating an unsettling symphony of noise that amplified the silence around us. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Jake shook his head, his eyes scanning the darkness. "Hear what?" Before I could respond, a soft, sorrowful wail pierced the night air, sending chills down my spine. It was the unmistakable sound of a child crying, high-pitched and filled with anguish. The cries echoed through the bridge, bouncing off the steel beams and disappearing into the darkness. "What's that?" Sarah, our friend, asked, her voice trembling with fear. I tried to rationalize the sound. "Probably just the wind or an animal," I suggested, though my heart pounded with unease. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, a ghostly figure of a woman standing in the middle of the bridge. She was dressed in an old-fashioned coat, her hair cascading over her shoulders in loose waves. Her eyes, hollow and filled with sorrow, met mine, and a shiver ran down my spine. "Jake, look," I whispered urgently. Jake turned to where I was pointing, his eyes widening in disbelief. "No way. That's not possible." The woman remained still, her presence both haunting and melancholic. I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness emanating from her, as if she were trapped in an eternal state of grief. The crying of the child grew louder, intertwining with the woman's silent sorrow, creating a haunting melody that filled the bridge. "Should we go back?" Sarah asked, clutching her coat tighter around her. But before we could respond, the woman began to fade, her form dissolving into the snowy air as if she had never existed. The cries of the child ceased abruptly, leaving us in an oppressive silence that was even more unsettling than the noise we had heard before. Panic set in as we realized we were stranded on the bridge, the path we had taken now obscured by the thickening snow. Our flashlights flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows that danced across the snow-covered pavement. The wind howled louder, and the cold became unbearable, making it difficult to move. "Jake, call someone," I urged, fumbling for my phone. "We need help." But as I tried to unlock my phone, the screen went black, the device refusing to turn on. "Shit," I muttered, frustration and fear clawing at me. "The phone's dead." Jake and Sarah exchanged worried glances, the reality of our situation sinking in. We were alone, stuck on Crybaby Bridge with no way to contact anyone for help. The oppressive silence returned, broken only by the distant sound of the wind and the faint echo of our own breathing. Suddenly, the temperature dropped even further, and I felt an icy hand brush against my shoulder. Though when I spun around, no one was there. My heart raced, and I grabbed Jake's arm, pulling him close. "Something's wrong," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. As if on cue, the ghostly figure of the woman reappeared, her presence more defined and sorrowful than before. The cries of the child returned, louder and more desperate, filling the bridge with an overwhelming sense of despair. "Please, help us," the woman whispered, her voice echoing through the snow-covered expanse. "We are lost." I felt tears welling up in my eyes, the woman's plea resonating deeply within me. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice cracking with emotion. The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. the crying of the child intertwined with her silent sorrow, creating a haunting chorus that seemed to tug at the very fabric of my being. "Help us find peace," I whispered, my heart aching with empathy and fear. Suddenly, the wind stilled, and the temperature began to rise, the oppressive chill dissipating as quickly as it had arrived. The ghostly figure of the woman and the cries of the child faded into the night, leaving us alone once more on the desolate bridge. Jake and Sarah looked at me, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear and disbelief. "We need to get out of here," Jake said, his voice trembling. We hurried towards the end of the bridge, our movements slow and labored in the deepening snow. The path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, but we pushed forward, driven by a desperate need to escape the haunting presence that had plagued us. As we finally reached the other end of the bridge, the storm began to subside, the snow slowing to a gentle fall. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a serene stillness that blanketed the landscape. Exhausted and shaken, we collapsed into each other's arms. The memory of the night's events seared into our minds. In the days that followed, the story of our encounter spread through Maplewood, turning Crybaby Bridge into an even more infamous local legend. Others shared their own eerie experiences, hearings of childlike cries, sightings of ghostly figures, and the unshakable feeling of being watched during the cold winter nights. Determined to understand what we had experienced, I delved into the history of Crybaby Bridge, uncovering the tragic story of Emily Hartley, a young girl who had been abandoned by her parents during a severe snowstorm in the early 1950s. Her cries for help had echoed through the bridge for years, her spirit unable to find peace after her untimely death. The legend spoke of her mother, a woman driven to despair by the loss, whose grief had tethered both their spirits to the bridge. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a sense of responsibility to help Emily find the peace she had been denied. Jake and Sarah joined me in organizing a memorial service at the bridge, inviting the community to come together and honor Emily's memory. We lit candles, placed flowers at the center of the bridge, and shared stories of her life and the pain that had kept her spirit bound to the icy expanse. On the night of the ceremony, the atmosphere was filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. As we lit the final candle, the air grew warmer, the oppressive chill lifting as if a weight had been removed. The cries of the child and the sorrowful whispers that had haunted us all seemed to fade, replaced by a peaceful silence that enveloped the bridge. I looked up to see a gentle light glow in the center of the bridge, the ghostly figure of Emily Hartley standing there with a serene smile. Her eyes, once hollow and filled with sorrow, now sparkled with gratitude and peace. She reached out a translucent hand towards us, her presence no longer one of despair but of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice soft and filled with relief. "I can finally rest." With those final words, Emily's spirit dissolved into the night, her presence leaving behind a sense of tranquility and closure. The bridge, once a place of fear and sorrow, now stood as a symbol of redemption and remembrance, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and understanding. In the years that followed, Crybaby Bridge became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to honor Emily's memory and the spirits of those lost to the unforgiving winter nights. The haunting legends persisted, but they were now stories of hope and healing rather than fear and despair. But the memory of that night remains with me, a haunting reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the importance of honoring those who have been lost. I often find myself gazing at the snow-covered bridge during the cold winter months, the whispers of the past echoing through my mind, a testament to the enduring bonds between our world and the spirits that watch over us from beyond. And so, I warn others, respect the places you visit, honor the memories of those who have passed, and understand that some souls linger not out of malice but out of a desperate need for peace. For in the heart of Indiana, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward understanding and eternal peace. Story number 5. whispers in the snow, the strange lights on Northfield Road. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful winter evening in Minnesota lingering in my mind like the persistent chill that once enveloped us on Northfield Road. My name is Laura Mitchell, and the events that unfolded on that snowy night have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin veil between the ordinary and the supernatural. It was late December 2018, a time when Minnesota's winter transformed the landscape into a vast, white expanse, each snowflake adding to the serene yet isolating beauty of the season. My husband, Tom, and I had decided to take a spontaneous trip to visit my sister in a nearby town. The drive was long, but the promise of spending the holidays with family made every mile worth it. As we approached Northfield Road, the sky had already darkened, the sun hidden behind thick, heavy clouds that threatened more snow. The road was barely visible, flanked by dense forests that seemed to absorb the fading light. The snow had been falling steadily for hours, each flake adding to the blanket that muffled the sounds of the night. "Look at that, Tom," I said, pointing to the horizon where the snowflakes danced in the weak glow of our headlights. "The lights are beautiful tonight." He smiled, reaching over to squeeze my hand. "Perfect night for some holiday photos, don't you think?" We found a clearing just off Northfield Road, a perfect spot to capture the mesmerizing dance of snowflakes illuminated by the soft, multicolored lights reflecting off the snow-covered ground. I set up my camera, the tripod steadying itself as I adjusted the settings. Tom fetched his phone, preparing to capture the moment as well. As I looked through the lens, focusing on the intricate patterns formed by the snow and lights, a sense of calm washed over me. The world felt peaceful, cocooned in the quiet embrace of winter. But that peace was abruptly shattered by a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. "Tom, did you see that?" I whispered, my heart skipping a beat. He glanced up, his eyes scanning the area we had chosen for our photos. "See what?" There, just beyond the reach of our lights, stood a figure, tall and imposing, dressed in what looked like a thick, dark coat that seemed to merge with the shadows of the surrounding trees. His presence was unnerving, an inexplicable chill settling into my bones as I stared in disbelief. "Maybe someone else stopped here," Tom suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. I shook my head, unable to tear my eyes away from the apparition. "I don't think so. There's nobody else around." The man stood motionless, his gaze fixed straight ahead as if he were expecting something or someone. The air around us grew colder, the temperature dropping suddenly despite the layers we wore. I felt an icy breath on the back of my neck, and a shiver ran down my spine. "He's staring right at us," I muttered, my voice barely audible over the sound of the falling snow. Tom stepped closer, trying to get a better look. "Hello? Can I help you?" But the figure didn't respond. Instead, he began to move, slowly advancing towards us. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled to adjust the camera, hoping to capture some evidence of what we were witnessing. The flash of the camera momentarily illuminated his face, a face pale and gaunt, eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. Suddenly, with a speed that defied logic, the man vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but the lingering cold and a sense of profound unease. I turned to Tom, my breath visible in the icy air, our hands still clasped tightly together. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice trembling. He nodded, though his expression was one of confusion and fear. "Yeah, that was strange." We decided to leave, the once inviting road now seeming ominous and foreboding. As we packed up our gear, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us, the air still heavy with the presence of the ghostly figure. Driving away from Northfield Road, the snow continued to fall, each flake adding to the sense of isolation that now weighed heavily on us. The rest of the journey was tense, the eerie encounter leaving us both unsettled and searching for answers. Back at my sister's house, the warmth and comfort of family began to ease the lingering fear. but the memory of that night refused to fade. We shared our experience with relatives, who listened with a mixture of skepticism and concern. It wasn't until I researched local legends that I began to piece together the story behind the apparition we had encountered. Northfield Road was infamous for the tale of the crying man, a tragic figure said to haunt the area during heavy snowfall. According to local lore, the man was a traveler who got lost in a severe snowstorm decades ago, unable to find shelter and ultimately perishing in the cold. His spirit, filled with sorrow and regret, was doomed to wander the roads he could never fully escape, forever searching for a way out of the endless winter night. The more I delved into the history, the more I realized that our encounter was far from random. The crying man was a manifestation of the deep-seated tragedies that the harsh Alaskan winters had wrought upon the lives of those who dared to traverse its unforgiving landscape. Determined to find closure, Tom and I decided to return to Northfield Road the following winter. Equipped with better gear and a desire to understand the supernatural presence that had so profoundly affected us. The drive was the same, the road just as desolate and treacherous, but we felt a sense of purpose that had been missing the first time. That December night, the snow was falling even harder, the wind howling like the cries of lost souls. As we reached the clearing where we had first encountered the crying man, we noticed the same flickering lights, now more intense and erratic. I set up the camera again, determined to capture whatever might be lurking in the shadows. "Let's stay calm," Tom advised, his voice steady despite the rising tension. "We need to observe without reacting." We waited, the minutes stretching into hours as the storm raged on. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the relentless pounding of snow against the ground. Then, just as the midnight hour approached, the same figure appeared, his presence both familiar and haunting. "Tom, I think he's here again," I whispered, feeling the cold air press in around us. This time, we were prepared. Instead of reacting with fear, we approached the figure with a mixture of empathy and determination. "We know your story," Tom began softly. "We want to help you find peace." The man stood still, his sorrowful eyes meeting ours. A profound silence enveloped us as we waited for a response, our hearts racing with anticipation. Slowly, he began to move, his form becoming more defined as he gestured towards the dense forest beyond the clearing. "We need to follow," I said, understanding that this was our chance to help the restless spirit. With cautious steps, we followed his lead, the snow crunching beneath our boots as we ventured deeper into the woods. The storm began to abate, the intensity of the snowlight diminishing as dawn approached. Eventually, we reached a small clearing where the remains of an old cabin stood, half buried in snow and ice. "This was his shelter," Tom explained, recognizing the signs from our research. "He never made it out." Together, we performed a small ceremony, lighting candles and offering words of comfort and forgiveness for the lost soul. As we spoke, the air grew warmer, the oppressive cold lifting as if a weight had been removed. The crying man appeared one last time, his form now peaceful and serene. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "I can finally rest." With those final words, his spirit dissolved into the morning light, the snow-covered landscape now calm and silent. We stood there for a moment, absorbing the significance of what we had accomplished, helping a lost soul find the peace he had been denied for so long. Driving back from Northfield Road, the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the snow-covered landscape. The road felt different, no longer ominous but instead a place of closure and redemption. The experience had changed us, deepening our understanding of the supernatural and the profound impact of empathy and compassion. Years have passed since that winter night, but the memory of the crying man remains vivid in my mind. Northfield Road is still cloaked in snow during the winter months, but the eerie presence that once haunted it has been replaced by stories of hope and redemption. The legend of the crying man serves as a reminder of the enduring power of the human spirit and the mysteries that lie hidden beneath the surface of our everyday lives. But sometimes, On particularly snowy nights, I catch a glimpse of a faint light in the distance, a whisper of the past reminding me that some spirits still linger, seeking peace and understanding. The snow continues to fall, each flake a testament to the beauty and danger of winter, the silence holding secrets that only the brave dare to uncover. And so, I warn others, respect the power of nature, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Minnesota, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 6. Whispers on the Ice, the haunting of Maine's boathouse. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that frigid winter evening in coastal Maine etched into my mind like the intricate frost patterns that once adorned the windows of the abandoned boathouse. My name is Ethan Collins, and the events that unfolded during my visit to that desolate place have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the restless spirits that linger in forgotten corners. The coastal region of Maine has always held a certain allure for me, a blend of rugged beauty and haunting solitude that drew me in like a moth to a flame. As a writer, I sought inspiration in the untamed landscapes and the whispered legends that seemed to seep from every snow-covered pine tree and weathered dock. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I decided to explore the long-abandoned boathouse that stood sentinel on the edge of Widow's Creek. It was late December, the heart of winter enveloping the coast in a relentless embrace. The sky was a slate gray, heavy with the promise of more snow, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and salt water. I had heard the stories from locals, tales of eerie whispers and phantom footsteps that echoed along the pier whenever the lake froze over. Most dismissed them as mere folklore, but something about the desolate beauty of Widow's Creek called to me, urging me to uncover the truth behind the legends. The boathouse itself was a relic from a bygone era, its once vibrant red paint now faded and peeling, the wooden planks creaking ominously with every gust of wind. Tall grasses and brambles had overtaken the structure, nature reclaiming what was once a hub of activity. As I approached, the crunch of snow beneath my boots was the only sound breaking the oppressive silence of the winter night. I had arrived just as dusk was settling, the last rays of sunlight reflecting off the icy surface of the lake. The sky was a canvas of purples and blues, the fading light casting long shadows that danced across the snow-covered ground. I set up my camera and notebook, determined to document any signs of the supernatural activity that had intrigued me for so long. As I stood there, the temperature seemed to drop further, a biting chill that seeped into my bones despite the layers I wore. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the faintest sound of distant laughter, a sound that seemed out of place in the desolate surroundings. I shook off the unease, attributing it to my imagination, and began to explore the perimeter of the boathouse. The door was ajar, swaying gently in the wind as if beckoning me inside. I pushed it open cautiously, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was dark, the only light coming from the moon filtering through the broken windows. Dust hung thick in the air, particles swirling in the beam of my flashlight as I stepped further into the building. The boathouse was vast, its main floor filled with remnants of past lives, rusted tools, broken boats, and tattered curtains that fluttered in the draft. I made my way to the back, where a narrow staircase led down to the basement. Stories had always hinted at something hidden beneath the surface, something that stirred when the lake froze over. As I descended the stairs, the air grew colder, the silence more oppressive. My flashlight flickered, casting erratic shadows on the walls, making the darkness seem alive with unseen movements. Reaching the basement, I found myself in a small, cluttered space filled with old fishing equipment and remnants of long-forgotten winters. It was then that I heard it, the softest whisper, barely audible over the howling wind outside. "Help us!" The voice was filled with despair, a plea that sent shivers down my spine. I turned, scanning the room, but saw nothing beyond the piles of debris and broken nets. My heart pounded as the whispering grew louder, more insistent, echoing off the cold stone walls. Determined to uncover the source, I moved towards the far end of the basement, where an old wooden door stood. It was locked, the handle cold to the touch. I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling as I tried to open it, but the lock held firm, as if resisting my attempts to enter. Just as I was about to give up, the door creaked open on its own, the hinges squealing in protest. A rush of icy air escaped from the room beyond, carrying with it the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing across the frozen ground. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead, and stepped inside. The room was stark, illuminated by the pale light of the moon streaming through a cracked window. At the center stood a single figure, a tall man dressed in an old-fashioned coat, his presence both commanding and sorrowful. His face was obscured by shadows, but his eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, filled with a sadness that seemed to stretch across the ages. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, fear and curiosity battling within me. The man did not respond, his gaze fixed on something beyond my sight. Instead, he began to move, his footsteps echoing through the room, each step resonating with a deep, mournful rhythm. I followed him, drawn forward by an inexplicable force, my mind racing to comprehend the supernatural encounter. As we approached the center of the room, the air grew even colder, the whispers returning with a vengeance. "Help us! Find peace!" The voices melded together, a chorus of lost souls yearning for release. The man stopped abruptly, turning to face me fully now, his eyes piercing through me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You must remember," he intoned, his voice echoing through the frozen chamber. "Remember what was lost, and help us find our way back." I stood there, paralyzed by the weight of his words, the truth of the legends settling in my mind. The boathouse was more than just an abandoned structure. It was a gateway, a place where the living and the dead intersected during the harshest of winters. "How can I help?" I managed to ask, my voice wavering with a mix of fear and determination. The man reached out, his hand passing through me like mist. "Restore what was broken," he whispered, the words hanging heavily in the air. "Bring light to the darkness that binds us." Before I could respond, the room began to shake, the walls trembling with the force of unseen energies. The whispers grew louder, the cries of the lost souls intertwining with the man's plea, creating a cacophony of anguish that threatened to overwhelm me. I staggered back, struggling to maintain my footing as the room seemed to warp around me, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurring into nothingness. "Remember," the man repeated, his voice now a desperate cry. "Remember what was lost." With a surge of adrenaline, I forced myself to focus, recalling the stories and legends I had heard about the boathouse. It was built by a fisherman named Samuel Reed, a man whose dedication to his craft was matched only by his love for his family. Tragedy had struck when a violent storm had capsized his boat, claiming the lives of his wife and child. Samuel, unable to bear the loss, had vanished into the night, his spirit bound to the boathouse, forever seeking redemption and peace. Realization dawned on me. The man before me was Samuel Reed, his spirit still trapped by the unresolved grief and the tragedy that had befallen him. I needed to help him and the other lost souls find closure, to mend the broken ties that kept them tethered to the mortal realm. "Samuel, I understand," I said, my voice steady despite the chaos around us. "I will help you find peace. Tell me what I need to do." The man nodded slowly, a faint smile touching his ethereal lips. "You must restore the boat, complete what was left unfinished. Only then can we move on." Determined to honor his request, I left the boathouse with a sense of purpose. The storm had subsided, leaving the world outside in a serene blanket of snow, the oppressive darkness lifted by the promise of dawn. I set out on a mission to locate the remnants of Samuel's boat, buried beneath layers of ice and snow, hidden away by the relentless winter. Days turned into weeks as I scoured the frozen landscape, driven by the need to fulfill Samuel's last wish. The task was arduous, the cold biting into my skin, but the thought of freeing the lost souls kept me moving forward. Finally, after countless hours of searching, I uncovered the broken hull of Samuel's boat, its timbers cracked and weathered by time and tragedy. With the help of local craftsmen and the warmth of the community, we painstakingly restored the boat, piece by piece, breathing new life into the vessel that had once carried Samuel and his family across the treacherous waters. It was a labor of love and remembrance, a tribute to the man whose spirit had haunted the boathouse for so long. As we placed the final plank, the sky began to clear, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the remaining clouds. I returned to the boathouse, the restored boat now standing proudly at the edge of Widow's Creek, a symbol of hope and closure. Entering the basement once more, I felt the oppressive cold lift, replaced by a warm, comforting presence. The room was silent, the whispers of the lost souls fading into a peaceful stillness. At the center stood Samuel Reed, his figure now radiant and serene, a testament to the power of compassion and remembrance. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "You have brought us peace." With those final words, his spirit dissolved into the light, the bonds that had held him and the other lost souls to the boathouse finally broken. The room was filled with a sense of tranquility, the darkness now a distant memory replaced by the promise of eternal peace. In the days that followed, the boathouse transformed from a place of fear to one of remembrance. Visitors who once spoke in hushed tones about the haunting whispers and phantom footsteps now shared stories of hope and redemption. The legend of Samuel Reed serving as a reminder of the enduring power of empathy and the importance of honoring those who have been lost. But the memory of that winter night remains with me, a haunting yet comforting reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered woods surrounding Widow's Creek, the whispers of the past echoing through my mind, a testament to the spirits that linger in forgotten places and the souls that seek to find their way home. And so, I warn others, respect the places you explore, honor the memories of those who have passed, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Maine, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 7. Whispers on the Snow, the Stranger on the Alaskan Road. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful winter drive in 2010 haunting me like the relentless snowflakes that once buried me in the remote stretches of Alaska. My name is Jack Thompson, and the events that unfolded on that icy night have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the supernatural. It was December, the heart of winter in Alaska, when the darkness seemed to swallow everything whole. I was hauling freight across the vast, desolate roads that crisscrossed the state, my 18-wheeler rumbling steadily through the endless expanse of white. The radio crackled with intermittent updates, the harsh wind howling outside my cabin, making the old heater struggle to keep up. The night was particularly bitter, the temperature plummeting to well below freezing. Visibility was near zero, the snow whipping against the windshield in furious gusts. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the road broken only by the occasional shimmer of moonlight reflecting off the snow-covered landscape. Around 2 a.m., as I navigated a particularly treacherous bend, I saw him, a solitary figure standing on the side of the road, clad in a thick, dark coat that seemed to merge with the shadows. His presence was unnerving, the way he stood there, motionless, staring straight ahead as if he were expecting something or someone. I slowed down, the truck groaning under the weight of the brake lights as I approached the stranger. Pulling over, I rolled down the window, the cold air biting at my face. Need a ride? I called out, my voice wavering slightly from the chill. He didn't respond. Instead, he remained silent, his eyes fixed on the horizon. After a moment that felt like an eternity, I decided to help. You need help getting somewhere? He still didn't speak, but after a few more moments, he nodded slightly, an unspoken agreement passing between us. I hesitated, glancing at the back seat, but saw nothing, no passenger. No sign of someone who had just stepped into the truck. Unease settled over me, but the snowstorm showed no signs of letting up, making stopping dangerous. All right, get in, I said cautiously, reaching back to open the passenger door. To my surprise, the door was unlocked, inviting. The back seat was empty, but as the door swung open, the cold air rushed in, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and something else, something metallic and cold. I offered him the seat, but he remained standing, his presence almost blending with the snow-covered darkness outside. You sure you want to get in? I asked, my instincts screaming that something was wrong. Without warning, the door slammed shut, the sound echoing through the truck like a gunshot. I jumped, the sudden noise making my heart race. I turned to see the back seat still empty, the door locked tight. Panic began to set in as I realized that no one had actually entered the truck. Hello? Is anyone there? I called out, my voice trembling. Silence answered me, but the feeling of being watched intensified, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. I tried to steady my nerves, blaming the isolation and the storm for playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. Minutes stretched into hours as I drove through the endless night. The stranger nowhere to be seen. The snowstorm raged on, the truck's headlights cutting through the whiteout like desperate beacons of light. Every so often, I caught glimpses of movement in the periphery of my vision, shadowy figures that vanished when I turned to look directly at them. As dawn began to break, the storm finally showed signs of abating, the wind's fury giving way to a gentle drizzle. Exhausted and sleep-deprived, I pulled over at a small, abandoned rest stop to take a break and gather my thoughts. The place was desolate. The only signs of life, the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lone bird. As I stepped out of the truck, the cold air stung my lungs, the sun slowly rising over the horizon, casting a pale light on the snowy landscape. I glanced around, hoping to find some trace of the stranger. But there was nothing, no footprints, no sign of anyone having been there. Determined to make sense of the night's events, I approached the back of the truck, the door still locked tight. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the area, sending a flurry of snowflakes dancing around me. The sound of faint footsteps echoed through the stillness, the same sorrowful cries of a child that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath me. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned to face the direction of the sounds, only to see nothing but swirling snow and fading echoes. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping fear that threatened to overwhelm me. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him, a ghostly figure standing at the edge of the rest stop, his presence almost ethereal against the snowy backdrop. He was dressed in the same thick coat, his face obscured by the shadows, eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. "Help us," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the lingering echoes of the night. I froze, the words echoing in my mind long after the figure had vanished. The temperature around me seemed to drop even further, the chill seeping into my bones as I felt an invisible hand brush against my shoulder, sending shivers down my spine. Desperate for answers, I reached into the glove compartment and pulled out my phone, only to find it dead. The realization hit me hard. I was alone, yet not alone, trapped between the living and the dead by forces beyond my understanding. The whispers of the night seemed to surround me, the cries of the lost child and the sorrowful figure intertwining, creating a haunting melody that filled the air with despair. I knew I had to leave, to escape the clutches of the supernatural presence that had entwined itself with my reality. As I started the truck once more, the feeling of being watched lingered, the ghostly eyes following me until I was miles away. The memory of that night forever etched into my mind. The roads ahead were still treacherous, but I drove on, the experience serving as a stark reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the frozen wilderness of Alaska. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching me, the shadows of that night clinging to me like the persistent snow. The story of the mysterious driver and the supernatural encounter spread through the local community, becoming a cautionary tale whispered around campfires and shared in hushed tones over warm drinks. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered roads, the memory of that ghostly encounter a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown. The stranger on the road, the sorrowful figure at the rest stop, and the lingering whispers of a lost soul all serve as a testament to the enduring presence of the supernatural in our mundane lives. And so, I warn others, respect the power of nature, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Alaska, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward healing and eternal peace. Story number 8. Blizzard of the Damned. I still wake up in a cold sweat, haunted by the memories of that fateful winter in Siberia. The snowstorm wasn't just a natural disaster. It was a nightmare come to life, claiming lives and unraveling the very fabric of our sanity. Let me take you back to those terrifying days when a group of us decided to defy the elements and seek adventure in the unforgiving wilderness of Siberia. Our group was composed of 5 friends. Myself, Tom, my best friend, Jake, Sarah, an experienced mountaineer, Emily, the ever-curious photographer, and Mike, our guide who had led numerous expeditions in these remote regions. We had planned this trip meticulously, dreaming of conquering the majestic peaks and capturing the pristine beauty of the Siberian winter. Little did we know, we were walking into a trap set by forces beyond our comprehension. The journey began smoothly. We trekked through dense forests, crossed frozen rivers, and marveled at the untouched landscape that stretched endlessly before us. The air was crisp, the silence profound, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the snow and the occasional call of a distant bird. By the second day, we reached the base of Mount Klyachev, a formidable peak renowned for its challenging climbs and breathtaking vistas. Our plan was to summit by midday, allowing ample time to descend before nightfall. As we ascended, the weather held steady, with clear skies and calm winds. Sarah led the way with her unwavering confidence, her experience evident in every calculated step. Emily captured every moment, her camera clicking away, preserving memories that we would cherish forever. But nature has a way of reminding us of its dominance. On the third day, as we neared the summit, dark clouds began to gather ominously on the horizon. First, we dismissed it as an overreaction from Jake, who always seemed to see danger lurking where there was none. However, as the sky darkened and the temperature plummeted, we realized the severity of the situation. A massive snowstorm was brewing, faster and more ferocious than any we had encountered before. Mike, our guide, tried to reassure us. We need to push to the top quickly and find shelter. The storm will hit us hard, he insisted, his face etched with concern. Reluctantly, we accelerated our pace, adrenaline pumping as we navigated the treacherous terrain. Reaching the summit was a bittersweet victory. We stood atop the world, gazing out at the sprawling expanse of snow-covered wilderness. But there was no time to celebrate. The storm descended upon us with ruthless intensity, blinding us with fierce winds and swirling snowflakes that seemed to claw at our faces. Visibility plummeted to near zero, and the biting cold seeped into our bones. We made our way down as swiftly as possible, relying on our instincts and the faint trail markers Mike had shown us. But the storm was relentless, disorienting us and obscuring familiar landmarks. Hours passed, and it became clear that we were lost. Panic set in as exhaustion and hypothermia began to take their toll. We huddled together for warmth, sharing what little food and supplies we had left. The storm raged on, a whiteout of chaos and despair. It was during these dark hours that the true horror began. Jake was the first to succumb to the cold. His body found days later, limbs frozen and brittle. Emily and Mike followed, their deaths attributed to the unforgiving elements. Sarah and I were the only survivors, but even our bond was strained by the relentless ordeal. The physical wounds were one thing, but the psychological scars were far deeper. Weeks later, the authorities discovered our abandoned campsite, along with the remains of the fallen friends. But it was the strange wounds on Emily and Mike's bodies that baffled the investigators. The cuts were unlike anything seen before, deep, jagged gashes that seemed to have been inflicted by something more than mere cold or falls. The wounds bore no resemblance to animal attacks or human violence, leaving experts to ponder the inexplicable. Rumors began to circulate about the mountain and the storm that had claimed our lives. Some spoke of ancient spirits angered by our intrusion. Others whispered about mythical creatures that roamed the Siberian wilderness, preying on unsuspecting adventurers. But the truth was far more sinister and unfathomable. Years have passed since that dreadful winter, but the memories remain vivid, etched into my mind like the frozen landscape that claimed my friends. I often find myself staring blankly into the snow, haunted by the sounds of that storm, the howling winds, the distant cries, and the eerie silence that followed the destruction. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I swear I can hear the faint whispers of those we lost, calling out for salvation that never came. The mountain stands tall and indifferent, a silent witness to the horrors that unfold beneath its icy grip. And I can't help but wonder if we were merely pawns in a game orchestrated by forces beyond our understanding. Our lives snuffed out like candles in a blizzard. I avoid the mountains now, shunning the call of adventure that once burned so brightly within me. The cost is too high, the price of curiosity too steep. But sometimes, deep down, I ache to know the truth about that night, about the strange wounds and the unexplainable phenomena that took my friends from me. Until then, I carry the weight of their loss, a constant reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that lies hidden in the heart of the wilderness. If you ever find yourself venturing into the Siberian wilds, heed my warning. Respect the mountain, respect the storm, and most importantly, respect the unknown, because some places are not meant to be conquered, and some storms carry with them secrets that should remain buried beneath the endless snow. And remember, when the winds howl and the snow swirls around you, know that you are not alone. The spirits of those who came before you linger, their whispers carried on the icy breeze, forever lost in the blizzard of the damned. Story number 9. Shadows in the blizzard. I never believed that a snowstorm could change everything. Growing up in Buffalo, New York, I was no stranger to heavy snowfall, but nothing in my 16 years of battling blizzards prepared me for the night when the shadows came. It was late December, and the city was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. We had been anticipating this storm for days. A massive blizzard predicted to cripple the region. The wind howled incessantly, rattling windows and bending trees to their breaking points. Inside our small apartment, the warmth of the furnace was a welcome refuge from the relentless cold outside. I was home alone that evening, working late on a project for work. The isolation was comforting, giving me the space to focus without the usual distractions. But as midnight approached, the storm's fury seemed to intensify, the wind now a cacophony of noise that seeped through every crack and crevice of the building. I glanced out the window, watching as the snow swirled in frenzied patterns, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The city lights were reduced to mere glimmers, swallowed by the whiteout conditions. It was a mesmerizing yet eerie sight, the kind that made you feel both insignificant and vulnerable. Then, I saw them. First, they were just faint silhouettes moving through the storm. barely noticeable against the relentless white. Large, amorphous shapes that seemed to glide effortlessly through the blizzard. Their movements fluid and unnatural. I rubbed my eyes, thinking it was a trick of the light or my imagination playing havoc with me. But when I looked again, they were still there, dark, formless shadows that moved with a purpose I couldn't understand. My heart began to race. There was something unsettling about the way they moved, a silent determination that set my nerves on edge. I tried to convince myself it was nothing more than a group of lost travelers or perhaps wildlife displaced by the storm. But deep down, I knew it was something else, something not of this world. As the night wore on, the shadows grew bolder. They started to congregate near the edges of the snowdrifts, their presence becoming more pronounced. I could feel their eyes on me, an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. The room seemed to grow colder, the temperature dropping despite the furnace working overtime. My breath became visible in the air, each exhale a fleeting ghost in the dim light of my desk lamp. I reached for my phone, debating whether to call someone, anyone, about what I was witnessing. But the thought of being ridiculed for seeing shadows in a snowstorm kept me rooted to my chair. Instead, I grabbed a flashlight and decided to investigate, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity. Stepping out into the storm was a decision I would come to regret. The cold hit me like a slap, the wind whipping around me with ferocious intensity. I could barely see my hand in front of my face, the snow clinging to my coat and obscuring my vision. The shadows were still there, moving just beyond the reach of my flashlight's beam, always out of clear sight but undeniably present. I trudged forward, each step a battle against the snowdrifts and the biting wind. My flashlight flickered intermittently, casting brief, shaky pools of light that seemed to dance around the edges of the shadows. Every so often, one of them would dart into the storm, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of being watched. Then I heard it, a low, mournful moan carried on the wind, the sound almost human but twisted with sorrow and pain. My pulse quickened, and I glanced around, searching for the source of the noise. It seemed to emanate from the heart of the storm, where the shadows congregated in greater numbers. Pushing forward, I felt a presence closing in on me, the air thick with an unseen tension. The howling wind masked most sounds, but the moaning persisted, growing louder and more urgent. My flashlight illuminated a figure standing motionless in the midst of the blizzard. A tall, dark shape with no discernible features. It stood at the edge of a large snowdrift, staring directly at me with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. Frozen in fear, I watched as the figure began to move, its motion slow and deliberate. It raised a hand, or what seemed to be a hand, and pointed toward the depths of the storm. The other shadows followed suit, converging toward me with a silent, eerie grace. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was witnessing. But logic failed me. These were no ordinary shadows. They were something far more sinister. Desperate to escape, I turned to run. But the storm had transformed into a disorienting maze of snow and darkness. The shadows pursued me relentlessly, their presence an oppressive force that made it nearly impossible to move freely. I could feel their intent, a predatory drive that sought to envelop me in the storm's icy embrace. Tripping over a hidden snowdrift, I fell to my knees, gasping for breath. The figure loomed closer, its form shifting and morphing as it approached. In that moment, I understood they were not just shadows, but spirits bound to the storm, lost souls seeking something I couldn't comprehend. Their eyes, if they had any, were voids of endless darkness, reflecting a sorrow that had no end, summoning every ounce of strength. I scrambled to my feet and stumbled back toward my apartment, the storm closing in on all sides. The shadows swirled around me, their whispers echoing in my mind, filling me with a dread that was almost physical. I could feel their fingers brushing against my skin, their touch cold and unrelenting. Reaching the safety of my building, I bolted the door behind me, slamming it shut as the storm raged on outside. My heart pounded in my chest, the fear threatening to consume me. I collapsed onto the floor, the sounds of the storm and the shadows still echoing in my ears. Hours passed in a blur of terror and exhaustion, the morning light finally breaking through the darkness and dispelling the immediate threat. But the memory of that night lingered, a haunting reminder of the unseen forces that lurk beyond our understanding. The shadows had vanished with the storm, leaving me to grapple with the question of what they truly were. Were they merely figments of my imagination, amplified by fear and isolation, or had I glimpsed something far more real and malevolent, a presence that defied explanation? In the days that followed, I sought answers, delving into local folklore and speaking with those who had lived through similar storms. Some dismissed my experience as a hallucination, a product of the mind breaking under extreme conditions. Others shared stories of the snow spirits, ethereal entities said to roam the blizzard-ravaged landscapes, forever bound to the storms that shaped them. Whether truth or myth, the encounter left an indelible mark on me. The next time a snowstorm hit, I found myself watching the snowflakes with a wary eye, half expecting to see those dark shapes gliding through the storm once more. The city continued to thrive amidst the winter's fury, but beneath the surface, the shadows of that night lingered, a silent testament to the thin line between reality and the supernatural. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls and the snow swirls outside my window, I can still hear their whispers, carried on the icy breeze, reminding me that some storms bring more than just snow. They bring the echoes of lost souls, forever wandering in the blizzard's embrace. Story number 10. Snowquake. I never thought my work as a climatologist would lead me to the edge of sanity. But the Siberian wilderness has a way of doing that. It wasn't the cold that changed me. It was the storm. Our team of 5 scientists had been studying the permafrost thawing in remote Siberia for months. The region was pristine, untouched by modern civilization, making it the perfect location for our research. The endless expanse of snow-covered land, the silence interrupted only by the crunch of our boots and the distant call of an eagle, was both beautiful and unnerving. I was the lead researcher, Dr. Ethan Carter, a man whose fascination with climate patterns bordered on obsession. Alongside me were Dr. Laura Mitchell, a geologist, Dr. Raj Patel, a physicist, Dr. Anna Ivanova, a biologist, and Mike Thompson, our logistics coordinator. We had set up a temporary base in a makeshift cabin, braving the harshest conditions Siberia could throw at us. The first 2 weeks were uneventful, filled with data collection and long discussions about the future of our planet. But as winter deepened, so did the isolation. The snowstorms became more frequent, more violent, trapping us inside the cabin for days on end. We adapted, rationing supplies and keeping morale high with shared stories and laughter. But beneath the surface, tensions simmered. It was on the 3rd night that everything changed. The storm had hit earlier than expected, a blinding blizzard that left us disoriented and cut off from any hope of communication. The wind howled like a chorus of angry spirits, and the temperature plummeted to deadly lows. We huddled together in the cabin, trying to stay warm, when we began to hear it, the sound of something moving beneath the snow. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible, like the distant rumble of an engine. But as the night wore on, the noises grew louder, more deliberate, footsteps crunching through the deep snow, objects being dragged across the ground. And then, unmistakably, the sound of something or someone struggling against the earth. "We need to check it out," Laura whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm. "No way," Raj replied, shaking his head. "It could be dangerous out there." But curiosity and fear won out. Armed with flashlights and whatever gear we had, we ventured outside into the storm, the wind lashing at our faces, the snow stinging our eyes. The world was a white void, visibility reduced to mere feet in front of us. We followed the sounds, our breath visible in the frigid air, hearts pounding in our chests. Then we saw it, a series of massive footprints embedded deep in the snow. Unlike anything we'd ever seen, they were large, resembling the prints of a wolf, but much bigger, more human-like. As we followed them, the footprints led us to a clearing, where the storm seemed to pause, an eerie silence settling over the area. In the center of the clearing lay a series of bodies, all frozen solid, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. At first glance, it looked like a tragic accident, people caught in the storm, succumbing to the elements. But as we drew closer, the details were horrifying. Some of the bodies had deep gouges and fractures, as if something had violently crushed them against the rocks and trees. There were no signs of a struggle, no indication of what had caused such brutal injuries. "We need to get back," Mike said urgently. "This place is cursed." We retreated to the cabin, shaken and confused. The storm showed no signs of letting up, trapping us in a nightmare of ice and snow. We tried to make sense of what we had seen, but rational explanations eluded us. Had some wild animal attacked them? Or was there something more sinister at play? The next morning, the storm had finally abated, leaving behind a landscape transformed by chaos. The rescue team arrived, guided by our distress signal, to find the bodies we had left behind and the eerie footprints leading into the forest. The scene was baffling, no evidence of predator or human violence, only the inexplicable signs of a force that defied logic. Investigators combed through the area, but they couldn't explain the strange marks on the bodies. No animal could create such precise, powerful injuries without leaving other evidence. Theories ranged from an unknown predator to a geological anomaly, something related to the permafrost thawing, but nothing fit the facts. Back at home, I delved deeper into our data, searching for any clue that could explain the inexplicable. I found nothing in our climate models or geological surveys that suggested the existence of such a force. Desperate for answers, I reached out to local legends and folklore, hoping to find a story that matched our experience. That's when I stumbled upon an old tale about the snowquake phenomenon, rare, unexplained events where the earth itself seemed to come alive during blizzards, unleashing forces that could devastate entire communities. It was dismissed by scientists as a myth, a story to scare children, but the more I read, the more it resonated with our experience. The snowquake was said to be the wrath of the land itself, a reaction to human encroachment and environmental destruction. The spirits of those who had perished in previous storms were believed to rise, seeking vengeance on those who dared to disturb their eternal rest. It was a chilling thought, but the evidence was undeniable. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had witnessed something beyond our understanding, a manifestation of nature's darkest impulses. The loss of my friends weighed heavily on me, their deaths a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the mysteries that still lie hidden in the world. Years have passed since that tragic winter, but the memories remain vivid, etched into my mind like the deep grooves in the snow where those footprints once lay. I still hear the howling winds and the distant cries of the lost, a haunting echo of that night in Siberia. The snowquake remains a subject of debate, a terrifying possibility that reminds us of the limits of our knowledge and the untamed power of nature. Sometimes, when a blizzard hits, I find myself staring out the window, listening to the wind's mournful song, and wondering if the snowquake will return, claiming more souls to feed its icy hunger. The wilderness holds its secrets tightly, and some mysteries are better left unexplored, buried beneath layers of snow and silence. And so, the story of the snowquake serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder that no matter how much we think we understand the world, there are forces beyond our control, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting traveler to stumble into their frozen embrace. Story number 11. The Arm from the Blizzard. I never imagined that a winter adventure in the Canadian wilderness would turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. But that's exactly what happened when I decided to embark on a solo camping trip. Seeking solitude and the raw beauty of nature, what I encountered amidst the relentless snowstorm was something beyond my understanding. something that would forever change my perception of the wild. It was early December when I set out for my trip. The idea had been brewing for months. Escape the hustle and bustle of everyday life, disconnect from the digital world, and immerse myself in the serenity of the Canadian Rockies. I meticulously planned every detail, ensuring I had all the necessary gear to withstand the harsh winter conditions. I was confident, perhaps overly so, that I could handle whatever the wilderness threw my way. The first day was everything I had hoped for. I hiked through pristine trails, the snow crunching under my boots, the crisp air invigorating my spirit. The landscape was breathtaking, towering pine trees draped in snow, the sun casting a pale glow over the endless expanse of white. As evening approached, I found the perfect spot to set up camp, a small clearing near a frozen lake, shielded by a natural barrier of rocks and trees. Setting up the tent was straightforward, a routine I had performed countless times before. I built a sturdy fire, its warmth a welcome respite from the biting cold. As night fell, the sky was clear, revealing a tapestry of stars that seemed to twinkle with otherworldly light. I sat by the fire, sipping hot cocoa, relishing the peace that enveloped me. But on the second night, the tranquility began to unravel. It started with a sudden drop in temperature, the air growing unnaturally cold despite the fire's warmth. I noticed the wind picking up, howling through the trees with a ferocity that sent shivers down my spine. Shadows danced menacingly on the tent walls as the storm clouds rolled in, obscuring the moon and stars. I tried to ignore it, attributing it to the unpredictable nature of mountain weather. But an unsettling feeling gnawed at me. Around midnight, the storm hit with full force. Snow whipped through the air, reducing visibility to almost nothing. The wind roared like a living beast, and the sound of branches snapping under the weight of the snow filled the night. I huddled deeper into my sleeping bag, trying to find comfort in the familiar rhythm of my breathing and the crackling fire. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the storm, a tree limb breaking and crashing onto the ground near my campsite. My heart raced as I sat up, peering out of the tent. The world outside was a blur of white, the storm's fury making it impossible to see anything beyond a few feet. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing to be seen, just the relentless snowfall and the swirling wind. As I settled back down, trying to calm my racing thoughts, I heard it, a faint, desperate cry cutting through the storm. It was a child's voice, filled with fear and pain, coming from the direction of the lake. My pulse quickened. I knew how isolated this area was. The chances of someone else being out here alone were slim. But the cry was real, unmistakable in its anguish. Gathering my courage, I decided to investigate, bundling up as best as I could. I stepped out into the blinding snowstorm, the wind lashing against my face. Every step was a battle against the elements, the cold seeping into my bones, making my muscles ache with every movement. The cries grew louder, more urgent, pulling me toward the frozen lake. Reaching the lake was disorienting. The storm had intensified, the snow now falling in thick, heavy drifts that made movement nearly impossible. I scanned the area, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand, searching for any sign of life. That's when I saw it. A glimmer of movement near the ice, a shadowy figure struggling against the wind. Heart pounding, I approached cautiously, the cries now sounding like wails of pure terror. As I drew closer, the figure became clearer, a small child, eyes wide with fear, limbs flailing as if trying to escape an unseen force. I reached out a hand, desperate to help, but before I could touch them, the ground beneath me gave way. In an instant, I was plunged into darkness, the cold enveloping me like a death trap. I tried to scream, but the storm muffled my voice, and the last thing I saw was a hand, human, yet not entirely so, reaching out from beneath the snow, fingers clawing at the fabric of my jacket. When I finally awoke, I was lying in the tent, my body aching and my mind reeling from the ordeal. The storm had passed, leaving behind a calm that felt almost unnatural. Exhausted and disoriented, I tried to gather my bearings, but the fear and confusion were overwhelming. I stumbled out of the tent, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Embedded in the snow near the lake was a dismembered arm, fingers curled tightly as if clutching something that no longer existed. Blood had seeped into the snow, creating dark, sinister patterns that stood out starkly against the white landscape. My mind raced, struggling to make sense of what I had witnessed. Had I imagined the child? Was the arm a result of some animal attack? Or had something or someone tried to pull me into the storm? Determined to find answers, I returned to the campsite to search for any clues. But the night before, I had left the area in a state of confusion and fear. There was no sign of the child, no evidence of what had caused the arm to be where it was. The forest was silent once more, the snow covering any traces of the previous night's chaos. As dawn broke, I knew I had to leave, packing my gear as quickly as possible. I made my way back to the trail, every step heavy with dread. The memories of the cries and the desperate struggle with the unknown still clung to me, making each movement feel like a burden. The drive back to civilization was long and arduous, the image of the arm and the feeling of being watched haunting me every mile. Upon reaching the nearest town, I contacted the local authorities, detailing my experience. They conducted a search of the area, but aside from the arm, there was nothing else to be found. No signs of another person, no indication of an animal attack, nothing to explain the gruesome evidence left behind. The case quickly went cold, dismissed as a bizarre accident or perhaps a hallucination brought on by the extreme conditions. But those in the town knew better. Whispers spread about the mysterious disappearance and the horrific discovery, fueling rumors of vengeful spirits and malevolent forces that roamed the snowy wilderness. Some believed that the storm was a manifestation of anger from those who had perished in previous blizzards, their souls forever trapped in the frozen landscape, seeking retribution on those who dared to enter their domain. I couldn't shake the feeling that something beyond our understanding had attacked me that night. The arm wasn't just a random act of violence. It was a message, a warning to stay away from the depths of the Canadian wilderness. I often wondered about the child I thought I saw. Was it a spirit, a victim of the storm, or something far more sinister? Years have passed since that night, but the memory remains vivid, etched into my mind like the deep grooves in the snow where the arm was found. I've sought answers, delving into local legends and speaking with those who've encountered similar phenomena. But the truth remains elusive. The wilderness holds its secrets tightly, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. Sometimes, when a snowstorm hits, I find myself staring out the window, listening to the wind howl and the snow swirl outside, wondering if the spirits of Frost Hollow are still out there, watching and waiting. The arm from the blizzard serves as a chilling reminder of the thin line between life and death, reality and the supernatural. It's a story that I share with caution, knowing that some places are not meant to be explored, and some storms carry with them forces that defy explanation. And so, the legend of the arm from the blizzard lives on, a haunting tale of survival, mystery, and the relentless power of the winter wilderness. It's a story that warns of the dangers lurking in the frozen depths, waiting for the next unsuspecting traveler to stumble into their icy grip. Story number 12. The Howl of the Northern Winds. I never believed in the supernatural. Growing up in Anchorage, Alaska, I was surrounded by the stark beauty of the wilderness and the harsh realities it presented. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I encountered the unknown on a remote island. A night that would forever alter my perception of nature and the forces that lie beyond our understanding. It was late November when our team received the distress signal. We were a small rescue unit, accustomed to battling blizzards and navigating treacherous terrains. The call came from a secluded island in the Aleutian chain, a place rarely frequented by outsiders. The signal was weak but clear enough to indicate a group of residents stranded by an unexpected snowstorm. as we approached the island on our snow-covered helicopter. The weather conditions worsened. The wind howled like a living beast, and the snowflakes whipped against the windows with relentless fury. By the time we landed, the storm had transformed the landscape into a monochromatic nightmare of whiteout conditions and biting cold. We set up our base near a cluster of cabins, remnants of an old fishing community that had long since been abandoned. The residents we were sent to rescue were supposed to be seasoned hunters and trappers, individuals well-versed in surviving the brutal Alaskan winters. Yet, something felt off from the moment we arrived. The first thing that struck me was the eerie silence. No sounds of creaking wood, no distant calls of wildlife, just an oppressive stillness that hung in the air. We split into pairs to search the area, calling out to locate any survivors. Hours passed with no response, and the storm showed no signs of relenting. It wasn't until late afternoon that we stumbled upon the first clue. Near the edge of the forest, partially buried in the snow, were footprints unlike any we had seen before. They were large, elongated, and walked on two legs, but the gait was unnatural, almost predatory. The realization hit us hard. We weren't dealing with mere humans here. As dusk began to settle, the temperature plummeted, and the wind picked up once more. We regrouped at the base, tension mounting with each passing minute. That's when we heard it, a distant, mournful howl that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the forest. It was a sound both haunting and deeply unsettling, resonating through the trees and echoing across the snow-covered ground. Determined to find the missing group, we ventured deeper into the forest, following the trail of the strange footprints. The howling grew louder, more intense, as if calling out to us, urging us to turn back. But we pressed on, driven by a sense of duty and the fear of what might have happened to the stranded residents. Night fell quickly, and the storm intensified, turning the forest into a swirling vortex of snow and darkness. We found ourselves in a clearing, the howling now deafening, as if the wind itself had taken on a malevolent voice. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, a hulking shape covered in thick, matted fur, eyes glowing an unnatural red in the darkness. It was humanoid, yet undeniably animalistic, a grotesque fusion of man and beast. Frozen with fear, we watched as the creature moved with a predatory grace, circling us with deliberate intent. It let out another ear-piercing howl, and suddenly, the ground beneath us seemed to come alive with movement. Shadows twisted and writhed, and the snow around us was churned up as if invisible forces were at play. One of my team members, Jake, mustered the courage to speak. "We need to retreat," he whispered, his voice trembling. But before we could react, the creature lunged, its claws slashing through the air with terrifying speed. We scattered, running in all directions, the howling and the storm converging into a chaotic symphony of fear. I found myself alone, the cold seeping into my bones, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The footprints we had been following were now indistinguishable, wiped away by the relentless storm. Panic set in as I struggled to find my way back, every sense heightened by the primal fear that something was hunting me in the darkness. Hours felt like days as I navigated the treacherous terrain, the storm showing no mercy. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon the remains of the missing group. Their bodies were found scattered around a makeshift campsite, some frozen solid, others bearing the same strange wounds as the footprints we had discovered. There were no signs of violence, no evidence of a struggle, only the eerie conclusion that something unseen had claimed them. I made it back to our base just as dawn began to break, the storm finally subsiding into a calm that felt unnaturally peaceful. We surveyed the wreckage, the loss weighing heavily on us. The rescue mission had turned into a nightmarish ordeal, leaving us with more questions than answers. In the days that followed, we tried to piece together what had happened. Local legends spoke of ancient spirits and mythical creatures that roamed the wilderness, guardians of the forest who punished those who dared to intrude. But as seasoned rescuers, we needed concrete evidence. something that could explain the inexplicable. The creature we encountered became a topic of intense debate. Some theorized it was a genetically modified experiment gone wrong, a product of the harsh environment twisting the biology of native wildlife. Others believed it was a supernatural entity, a manifestation of the collective fears and legends that permeated the Alaskan wilderness. Whatever it was, the marks it left behind were undeniable. The strange wounds on the missing group were unlike any known injury, precise and methodical, suggesting an intelligence behind the brutality. The footprints, the howls, the disappearance of the residents, all pointed to a force that defied rational explanation. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had trespassed into a realm governed by ancient laws and vengeful spirits. The forest, once a symbol of natural beauty and resilience, now felt like a living entity, a predator in its own right, ready to defend its secrets at any cost. Years have passed since that harrowing winter, but the memories remain vivid, etched into my mind like the footprints we found in the snow. The howls still echo in my dreams, a constant reminder of the night I faced the unknown and survived. The story of the missing family and the creature from the storm became a local legend, a cautionary tale for those who dared to venture too far into the heart of Alaska's wilderness. Sometimes, when a storm hits, I can't help but feel a chill run down my spine, remembering the cold bite of the wind and the terrifying presence that hunted us through the blinding snow. The spirits of Frost Hollow, as some locals called it, continue to guard their domain, ensuring that their secrets remain buried beneath the relentless whiteout. And so, the tale of the Blizzard of the Damned serves as a haunting reminder of the thin line between reality and the supernatural, of the forces that lie hidden in the frozen wilderness, waiting for their next unsuspecting victims. It's a story that warns us to respect the untamed wilds, to heed the legends that speak of ancient spirits and mythical creatures, and to never underestimate the power of nature and whatever lurks within it. Story number 13. The Snowstorm Ghosts of Colorado. I never believed in ghosts, growing up in Denver, surrounded by the hustle and bustle of city life. I had little patience for superstitions and old wives' tales. But that changed one fateful winter when I found myself in the isolated town of Frost Hollow, Colorado, battling not just a brutal snowstorm but something far more sinister. Frost Hollow was the kind of place that didn't appear on most maps. Nestled deep within the Rocky Mountains, it was a small town of fewer than 200 souls, surrounded by dense forests and towering peaks. We were a group of 5 friends: Mike, Sarah, Jenna, Tom, and me, deciding to take a winter getaway to escape the pressures of our everyday lives. The idea was simple: rent a cabin, enjoy the serene beauty of the snow-covered landscape, and reconnect with nature. The cabin we chose was an old, rustic structure on the outskirts of town, with a stone fireplace, wooden beams, and large windows that framed the wilderness outside. It was perfect. We arrived on a clear afternoon, the sun casting a golden hue over the pristine snow. The air was crisp, each breath a visible puff that lingered in the chill. The first 2 days were idyllic. We hiked through the snow-laden trails, built snowmen, and spent evenings sharing stories by the fire. Frost Hollow was charming in its simplicity, the townsfolk friendly but reserved, their lives seemingly untouched by time. On the 3rd night, however, everything changed. It began innocently enough. As we sat around the fireplace, the wind picked up, howling through the trees with an intensity that rattled the windows. Sarah, ever the storyteller, began recounting local legends about Frost Hollow, tales of spirits trapped by past snowstorms, unable to find peace. We laughed it off, sipping our hot cocoa, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows on our faces. But as midnight approached, an uneasy silence settled over the cabin. The storm outside intensified, snow swirling violently, reducing visibility to near zero. Then, we started hearing it: soft, almost imperceptible whispers carried by the wind. At first, we thought it was just the storm playing tricks on our minds. but the whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if voices were trying to communicate with us from beyond. Jenna, always the brave one, suggested we check outside to see if anyone was seeking shelter. Grabbing our flashlights, we stepped into the blinding snowstorm. The world was a blur of white, the wind biting our faces, making it hard to see or hear anything clearly. As we walked around the cabin, the whispers persisted, now accompanied by the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow, heavy, deliberate steps that seemed to circle us. Suddenly, Tom stopped in his tracks, pointing toward the edge of the clearing. Through the swirling snow, we saw it, a shadowy figure standing just beyond the cabin's perimeter. It was tall, indistinct, moving with an unnatural speed that made it seem almost ethereal. As we watched, the figure glanced directly at us, its presence sending chills down our spines. Before we could react, it vanished into the storm, leaving us breathless and unnerved. Back inside, the atmosphere had shifted. The whispers had transformed into mournful cries, echoing through the cabin like the lament of lost souls. We huddled together, the fear palpable, as the storm raged on outside. It was then that we heard the unmistakable sound of doors slamming and windows shattering. Despite the fact that we had secured everything earlier, panic set in as we realized the cabin was no longer our safe haven. Objects flew across the room, bookshelves toppled, and the temperature plummeted, frost forming on the windows and doors. Sarah screamed, clutching her chest as invisible forces pressed against her, making it hard to breathe. Mike tried to calm us down, but his voice was drowned out by the chaos enveloping us. Desperate to escape, we grabbed whatever we could and fled into the storm, the cries and whispers trailing behind us like a haunting melody. The snowstorm showed no mercy, swallowing us in its relentless fury as we struggled to find our way back to town. Every step felt like a battle against the elements, our hearts pounding with fear and exhaustion. Hours later, battered and frostbitten, we stumbled upon a barely visible trail that led us out of the forest and towards Frost Hollow. As dawn broke, the storm subsided, leaving behind a landscape transformed by the night's horrors. We made it to town, collapsing in front of the local diner, too exhausted to speak. The townsfolk gathered around us, their faces a mix of concern and knowing dread. We recounted our terrifying ordeal, the whispers, the shadowy figure, the cabin's malevolent forces. The older residents listened quietly, their expressions somber. One elderly man, eyes hollow with memories, finally spoke. "You've encountered the spirits of Frost Hollow," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're restless, bound by the snowstorms that took their lives. They seek vengeance on those who disturb their peace." The realization hit us hard. We had thought Frost Hollow was just a quaint, secluded town, but it held secrets far darker than we could have imagined. The snowstorm was no ordinary blizzard. It was a manifestation of the spirit's anger, a force of nature intertwined with the supernatural. We left Frost Hollow that day, vowing never to return, but the memory of those ghostly whispers and the chilling gaze of the shadowy figure lingered, haunting our dreams and reminding us of the thin line between the natural and the supernatural. We had ventured into the heart of darkness, and the spirits of Frost Hollow had marked us forever. Years later, whenever a snowstorm hits, I can't help but think back to that night in Colorado. The stories of Frost Hollow serve as a cautionary tale, a reminder that some places are better left undisturbed. And sometimes, in the dead of winter, I swear I can still hear the echoes of those lost souls, their cries carried on the wind, forever trapped in the blizzard of the damned. Story number 14. Whispers in the whiteout. I still wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, haunted by the memories of that fateful winter in New England. The snowstorm wasn't just a natural disaster. It was a harbinger of something far more sinister, claiming lives and unraveling the very fabric of our sanity. Let me take you back to those terrifying days when my family and I decided to defy the elements and seek adventure in the unforgiving wilderness of Vermont. It was early December when we set out on our road trip, a family of four eager to escape the hustle and bustle of our busy lives in Boston. My wife, Laura, our teenage son, Jake, and our daughter, Emily, were all excited for a weekend getaway in the picturesque mountains of Vermont. The plan was simple: drive through the scenic routes, reach a secluded cabin nestled deep within the forest, and spend a couple of days enjoying the tranquility and beauty of nature. The cabin we rented was an old, rustic structure perched on the edge of a dense forest, surrounded by towering pines and overlooking a pristine, frozen lake. It was perfect. The first day passed without a hitch. We hiked through snow-laden trails, built snowmen, and relished the warmth of the fireplace as night fell. The silence of the forest was both soothing and isolating, a perfect escape from our hectic lives. But on the second night, everything changed. We had settled into our routine, enjoying a hearty dinner and sharing stories by the fire. The wind howled outside, a gentle reminder of the winter's grip on the land. Around midnight, as we were getting ready for bed, the weather took a sudden turn. The wind intensified, and thick snow began to fall, swirling in chaotic patterns. Before we knew it, a blinding snowstorm engulfed the area, reducing visibility to near zero. Our car had broken down earlier that day, and with the worsening weather, we realized we were stranded. The cabin was our only shelter, but as the storm raged on, we knew we had to make a decision. The next morning, the storm showed no signs of abating, and the road was completely impassable. We decided to abandon the car and seek better shelter within the forest, hoping to ride out the blizzard in a more protected area. We ventured into the thickening snow, each step a battle against the biting cold and the relentless wind. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of wildlife silenced by the storm. Hours passed as we struggled to find a suitable spot, our progress hampered by the deep snow and treacherous footing. Exhaustion set in, and our breaths became visible puffs in the frigid air. Finally, we stumbled upon a small clearing with remnants of an old campsite, rusty fire rings and forgotten gear scattered around. It wasn't much, but it offered some semblance of shelter from the storm. We set up what we could, huddling together for warmth as the blizzard continued to rage outside. That night, as we tried to sleep, the storm reached its peak. The wind howled like a chorus of angry spirits, and the snow piled up against the makeshift shelter. Amidst the chaos, we heard it, a faint, muffled sound, like whispers carried on the wind. At first, we thought it was just our minds playing tricks on us, the isolation and exhaustion manifesting as eerie noises. But then the whispers grew louder, more distinct. It sounded like voices, pleading, crying, and calling out for help. Laura tried to reassure us, telling herself and the kids that it was just the storm, but her voice trembled with uncertainty. Jake and Emily clung to her, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. As midnight approached, the whispers intensified, merging into a cacophony of ghostly wails that seemed to emanate from all around us. Shadows danced at the edge of our vision, fleeting and indistinct, like apparitions trying to reach out from the darkness. The temperature inside our shelter dropped sharply, our bodies shivering uncontrollably despite our efforts to stay warm. Terrified, we decided we couldn't stay any longer. We needed to find our way back to the cabin or push further into the forest, hoping to find a safer haven. Bundling up as best we could, we ventured back into the storm, the voices still echoing in our ears, urging us to leave. Navigating through the blinding snow was a nightmare. Every step felt like a struggle against an invisible force, pulling us in different directions. The whispers followed us, growing louder and more insistent, making it difficult to focus on the path ahead. It was as if the forest itself was alive, aware of our presence and intent on keeping us lost forever. After what felt like an eternity, we reached the outskirts of the forest, the storm beginning to wane but leaving behind an unsettling stillness. We stumbled back to the cabin, our faces numb and our bodies aching from the cold. The relief of finding shelter once more was short-lived. However, as we saw something horrifying, rescue teams arrived the following morning. Alerted by concerned family members who hadn't heard from us, they found our abandoned car, buried under a thick layer of snow. But the rest of us were nowhere to be found. After days of searching, the rescue team made a grim discovery: the bodies of my family, scattered around the clearing where we had set up our shelter. Laura and Jake had succumbed to the cold, their bodies frozen solid. But Emily and I had met a far more disturbing fate. Our bodies showed no signs of hypothermia or natural causes. Instead, they bore strange, jagged wounds as if we had been attacked by something beyond human comprehension. The wounds were deep and precise, unlike anything inflicted by animals or accidents. It was as though a supernatural force had ripped into us, leaving us to die in the merciless snow. Investigators were baffled. The wounds couldn't be explained by any known creature or force. Theories ranged from wild animal attacks to unexplained phenomena. But nothing seemed to fit. The locals whispered of ancient spirits angered by our intrusion, of restless souls bound to the forest, seeking vengeance on those who dared to disturb their peace. The tragedy left our town in shock, grappling with the loss and the unanswered questions. We were a tight-knit family, beloved by everyone, and our disappearance cast a shadow of fear over the community. Some believed the forest had claimed us, twisted by the spirits that roamed its depths. Others thought it was a warning, a message to respect the untamed wilderness and the mysteries it held. In the years that followed, Frost Hollow became synonymous with our story of the family lost to the blizzard and the malevolent forces that lurked in the shadows. The cabin we had rented was left abandoned, a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. Locals avoided the area, and tourists rarely ventured too deep into the forest. The legends serving as a cautionary tale of nature's wrath and the supernatural dangers that lie beyond our understanding. 2. Was left to grapple with the aftermath of that night. The images of the whispers, the shadowy figures, and the inexplicable wounds haunted my dreams, a constant reminder of the thin line between life and death, reality and the supernatural. I couldn't escape the feeling that the forest still watched, waiting for the next unsuspecting souls to wander into its icy grip. Sometimes, when a snowstorm hits, I find myself staring out the window, listening to the wind howl through the trees, wondering if the spirits of Frost Hollow are still out there, guarding their secrets and ensuring that no one else falls victim to the same terrifying fate. The memory of my family's tragic end serves as a perpetual warning, a reminder that some places are not meant to be explored, and some storms carry with them forces that defy explanation. And so, the story of our disappearance remains etched in the annals of Frost Hollow, a chilling testament to the unseen horrors that lie within the heart of New England's wilderness. It's a story told in hushed tones, a legend that serves as both a warning and a haunting reminder of the night a blizzard brought more than just snow. It brought the wrath of restless spirits and the untold mysteries of the forest. Story number 15. Curse of the Snowbound House. December 1977. The Alaskan winter had descended upon us with an unforgiving grip, transforming the vast wilderness into a monochromatic expanse of white. My friends and I, Tom, Sarah, Lisa, and me, had planned this skiing trip for months, eager to escape the mundane routines of everyday life and immerse ourselves in nature's stark beauty. Little did we know, the snow-covered landscape held secrets that would forever alter our lives. I'm Jake Thompson, the unofficial leader of our group, always the one to chart our adventures and keep morale high. Tom, my childhood friend, was the jokester, his laughter a constant presence even in the coldest of moments. Sarah, a budding photographer, captured every breathtaking scene, her keen eye for detail unmatched. Lisa, the quiet one, had a deep love for the outdoors and a knack for survival skills that often came in handy. We arrived at our chosen spot in the remote backcountry of Alaska, a place where the world seemed to stand still under the heavy blanket of snow. The cabin we rented was modest but sturdy, nestled between towering pines that reached towards the heavens. As we unloaded our gear, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows and painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. That first night was peaceful, the crackling fire providing warmth against the biting cold. We shared stories, laughed over old memories, and marveled at the untouched beauty surrounding us. It was a perfect start to what we hoped would be a memorable trip. On the second day, after a morning of exhilarating skiing, we decided to explore a less-traveled path our guide had mentioned. The trail was narrow, winding through dense forests and across frozen streams. As the afternoon wore on, the light began to fade, and the temperature dropped sharply. The snow became thicker, making each step a deliberate effort. After hours of trekking, we stumbled upon a clearing that took our breath away. In the center stood an old, abandoned house, its wooden frame weathered and partially buried under layers of snow. The windows were shattered, and the roof sagged precariously, but there was an eerie charm to its desolate appearance. Intrigued and driven by a mix of curiosity and adventure, we decided to investigate. We approached the house cautiously, the crunch of our boots the only sound breaking the heavy silence. The door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. Inside, the air was musty, filled with the scent of damp wood and decay. Furniture lay scattered, covered in thick layers of dust, and strange markings adorned the walls, symbols that seemed both ancient and cryptic. Sarah immediately began photographing the interior, her camera capturing the haunting beauty of the abandoned space. Tom joked about setting up camp here, but I sensed a growing unease among us. Lisa suggested we spend the night to explore further in daylight, but the others were hesitant. Despite our reservations, the allure of uncovering the house's story was too strong to resist. We decided to stay, setting up a makeshift campsite in the largest room. The fire provided a semblance of comfort, its warmth a stark contrast to the chilling atmosphere. As the night deepened, the wind outside howled through the broken windows, and the house seemed to come alive with whispers of the past. Around midnight, a sudden loud knock echoed through the house, startling us all. We froze, listening intently for any sign of movement. The sound came again, more insistent this time, as if someone or something was pounding on the door. My heart raced as I approached cautiously, peering through the broken window to see if anyone was out there. But the darkness outside revealed nothing, only the endless expanse of snow and the oppressive silence of the night. Probably just the wind, Tom muttered, trying to rationalize the sound. But as the minutes dragged on, the knocking continued, relentless and unnerving. Lisa suggested we leave, but Sarah, captivated by the mystery, insisted we stay and investigate. Reluctantly, we agreed to keep watch, our nerves frayed by the persistent noise. Hours passed without any explanation, the knocking eventually subsiding into a faint echo that mingled with the sounds of the storm outside. Exhausted and on edge, we tried to sleep, but the unease lingered, making rest impossible. My mind wandered to the history of the house, wondering who had lived here and what fate had befallen them. The next morning, we woke to a heavy blanket of fresh snow, the storm having left the world outside transformed into a winter wonderland. Determined to make the most of our trip, we ventured outside to assess any damage and continue our exploration. That's when we noticed the footprints, small, delicate impressions leading away from the house and disappearing into the forest. "Look at these," Sarah pointed out, her voice tinged with excitement. "They weren't here before." Tom leaned in closer, examining the tracks. "We need to follow them. Maybe they'll lead us to something interesting." Despite the lingering fear from the previous night, curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to track the footprints. The snow-covered ground made it easy to follow, the trail weaving deeper into the woods. Hours passed as we navigated through the dense forest, the footprints guiding us further away from the safety of the cabin. As dusk approached, The forest grew darker, the shadows lengthening and the sounds of nocturnal creatures filling the air. The footprints abruptly stopped in the middle of a snow-covered clearing, with no indication of where they had led. Confusion and worry took hold as we stood in the open, the wind howling around us. "What the hell happened here?" Lisa exclaimed, her voice shaky. We searched the area frantically, hoping to find a clue or the missing friend. But there was nothing, no trace of our footprints, no signs of struggle, nothing but the pristine snow and the eerie stillness of the night. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind blew through the clearing, and the temperature plummeted. My breath became visible in the frigid air as a sense of dread settled over us. The silence was broken by a faint, sorrowful whisper that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath our feet. "Leave now before it's too late." We exchanged terrified glances, realizing that we were not alone in this desolate expanse. The legend of the cursed house had come to life, and we were now at its mercy. Panic set in as we turned to head back to the cabin. But the forest around us seemed to have shifted. The path we had taken now obscured by a sudden snowfall that fell without warning. "Something's wrong," Tom shouted over the storm, his voice filled with fear. "We're lost." As the night deepened, the whispers grew louder, their desperate pleas echoing through the trees. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe, each step forward feeling like a battle against an unseen force. The cursed house loomed in my mind, this haunting message a constant reminder of our predicament. Hours turned into an agonizing blur as we stumbled through the snow, the forest becoming a nightmarish maze designed to trap us in its icy grip. The whispers never ceased, their sorrowful tones filling our minds with despair and hopelessness. The realization that one of our own had vanished without a trace weighed heavily on us, a haunting reminder of the house's dark power. Finally, just as dawn began to break, casting a pale light over the snow-covered landscape, we stumbled upon the cabin. Exhausted and frostbitten, we hurried inside, the warmth of the fire offering a brief respite from the horrors of the night. But relief was short-lived as we discovered the cabin had changed. Windows that once provided a clear view of the outside were now obscured by thick, icy frost, and the door was locked tight from the inside. Desperation clawed at us as we searched for any means of escape, but the cabin seemed to have been transformed into a prison. It was then that we noticed the message etched into the wall, the letters shimmering in the dim light. "Leave before it's too late." Tears welled up in my eyes as the reality of our situation sank in. The cursed house had not only taken one of our own but was now holding us captive, demanding our compliance with its ominous warning. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, urging us to heed the message and leave the forsaken place. "We have to listen," Lisa sobbed, her voice breaking. "We need to leave now." But as we attempted to force the door open, the cabin shook violently, the very walls reverberating with the anger and sorrow of the spirits trapped within. The message on the wall began to glow, the letters pulsating with a malevolent energy that threatened to consume us. In a final act of desperation, I grabbed my camera, the device that had always been my companion and witness to the world's beauty. "We need evidence," pleaded, "to prove what happened here." But before I could do anything, a cold, invisible force swept through the cabin, pulling us towards the center where the message remained. The temperature dropped to unbearable levels, our breaths forming clouds of frost in the air. The whispers transformed into anguished cries, the voices of the lost intertwining with our own fear. Suddenly, the cabin dissolved into a blinding white light, and I felt myself being pulled out of the nightmare. The oppressive cold lifted, and I found myself back on the snowy trail, the cursed house nowhere to be seen. My friends were beside me, equally disoriented but unharmed, the memory of the cabin's horrors etched into our minds. We made our way back to the main road, the sun rising in the east and casting a hopeful light over the snow. As we drove away, the weight of what had happened pressed heavily on us. The absence of our missing friend a constant reminder of the house's dark power. Days turned into weeks, and despite extensive searches, Tom was never found. The cabin remained a haunting mystery, its cursed presence a topic of fear and speculation among the locals. The story of our ordeal became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers that lurk in the untouched wilderness and the lingering spirits that seek revenge or remembrance. Years later, I still find myself haunted by the events of that winter, the image of the abandoned house, the desperate pleas on the wall, and the whispers that echoed through the night linger in my mind, a constant reminder of the thin line between adventure and peril. Lake Tahoe remains a place of beauty and mystery, but the cursed house in the snow serves as a chilling testament to the enduring power of unresolved sorrow and the darkness that can reside within even the most serene landscapes. And so, I share this story as both a warning and a tribute to those who have been lost to the cursed lands of Alaska. Respect the warnings of the past, honor the memories of the lost, and tread carefully in the wild. For some places hold onto their secrets too tightly, their whispers forever echoing through the snow. Story number 16. Echoes of the Snowy Forest. December 2001. The Appalachian Mountains, with their rugged peaks and dense, untouched forests, have always been a haven for outdoor enthusiasts like me. My friends Sarah, Mike, and Jessica shared my passion for camping and hiking, and we often sought refuge from the chaos of everyday life in these serene landscapes. This winter trip, however, would test our resilience and unravel secrets best left buried beneath the snow. I'm Ethan Carter, a freelance writer with a penchant for adventure and a knack for finding stories in the most unexpected places. When Sarah suggested a winter camping expedition deep into the Appalachian wilderness, I didn't hesitate. The promise of solitude, the thrill of exploration, and the allure of pristine nature were irresistible. We arrived at our chosen campsite just as dusk began to settle. The sky painted in shades of pink and orange that gradually gave way to the deep blue of twilight. The air was crisp, the scent of pine and fresh snow invigorating our senses. Setting up our tents was straightforward, our camaraderie strengthened by shared laughter and the excitement of the impending adventure. That first night was peaceful, the crackling fire providing warmth against the biting cold. We shared stories, sipped hot cocoa, and marveled at the beauty surrounding us. The silence of the forest was comforting, broken only by the occasional rustle of wildlife navigating the underbrush. Little did we know, the tranquility of the night concealed an eerie presence waiting to reveal itself. On the second evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the temperature plummeted, we decided to venture deeper into the forest. Equipped with flashlights and a sense of curiosity, we followed a narrow trail that promised breathtaking views of the snow-covered landscape. The path was treacherous, the snow making each step a careful maneuver, but our spirits remained high. As midnight approached, we reached a clearing that offered an unobstructed view of the surrounding woods. The moonlight cast long shadows, and the snow glistened under its silvery glow. It was then that we heard it, a hauntingly beautiful melody drifting through the trees, its source elusive and mysterious. The song was ethereal, a melancholic tune that seemed to echo from the depths of the forest itself. "Do you guys hear that?" Jessica whispered, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. "Yeah," Mike replied, straining to identify the direction of the sound. "It sounds like singing, but where is it coming from?" Driven by a mix of fascination and apprehension, we decided to follow the melody, our flashlights cutting through the darkness as we moved deeper into the woods. The song grew louder, more distinct, guiding us towards its elusive origin. The snow under our boots crunched softly, the only other sound our own breathing and the distant call of nocturnal creatures. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled upon an abandoned tent nestled between two ancient pines. The structure was weathered, its fabric torn and frayed by years of neglect. Inside, we found remnants of past occupants, an old sleeping bag, a broken lantern, and a dusty, leather-bound journal lying on the ground. The journal was filled with the desperate scribbles of someone who had faced unimaginable terror. I picked up the journal, my hands trembling slightly as I flipped through its pages. The entries told the harrowing tale of a man named Thomas Reed, who had ventured into the forest alone in the late 1800s. His words painted a vivid picture of solitude and the relentless cold. But as the days wore on, his entries grew more frantic, detailing encounters with a mysterious presence that haunted him every night. December 3rd. The forest is alive with whispers. I can hear them calling my name, urging me to follow. I try to resist, but the pull is irresistible. December 7th. I saw her, a figure cloaked in white, standing at the edge of the clearing. Her eyes were hollow, filled with sorrow. She sings a song of despair, and I feel my will slipping away. December 10th. I can't take it anymore. The singing is consuming me. I fear that tonight, it will claim me as it did my soul. The final entry was chilling. A single sentence that sent a shiver down my spine. That singing is my death. As I read the last words, the temperature in the clearing seemed to drop even further, the air thick with an oppressive energy. The haunting melody returned, louder and more insistent, as if the very essence of Thomas's despair was echoing through time to reach us. "We should go back," Sarah urged, her voice shaky. "This place feels wrong." But it was too late. The air around us grew heavy, and the shadows deepened, morphing into indistinct forms that danced at the edge of our vision. The singing intensified, now accompanied by faint, ghostly footsteps that seemed to circle us, their rhythm slow and deliberate. Mike grabbed my arm, pulling me back towards the trail. "We need to leave. Now." As we turned to flee, the forest seemed to close in around us, the trees twisting into menacing shapes that blocked our path. The footsteps followed, their pace quickening, the melody turning into a wailing lament that filled our ears with unbearable sorrow. Panic set in as we realized we were being hunted, not by any living creature, but by the restless spirit of Thomas Reed, doomed to wander the forest forever, his sorrow transforming into a malevolent force that sought to claim new souls. I could feel the presence closing in, the cold seeping into my bones, my heart pounding in my chest as we stumbled through the snow. The shadows reached out, their touch icy and paralyzing, and the singing wrapped around us like a suffocating blanket, pulling us deeper into the darkness. Desperation drove us forward, the only thought in our minds to escape the haunted forest alive. But the path seemed endless, the trail of footprints leading us in circles, trapping us in a nightmarish loop that mirrored Thomas's own entrapment. Just when hope seemed lost, the first light of dawn began to break through the trees, casting a golden glow that pierced the darkness. The oppressive energy lifted, and the shadows receded, replaced by the soft light of morning. Exhausted and terrified, we finally found our way back to the trail, the haunted melody fading into a distant memory as the sun rose over the snow-covered landscape. Breathless and shaken, we made our way back to the cabin, the horrors of the night etched into our minds. The journal was our only proof of what had transpired, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of unresolved sorrow. In the days that followed, we shared our story with the local community, the legend of Thomas Reed becoming a cautionary tale for those who dared to venture too far into the Appalachian wilderness. Some dismissed it as mere superstition, but others spoke of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances, all linked to the haunting melody that echoed through the snowy nights. Years later, I still find myself haunted by that winter night, the image of Thomas Reed and his sorrowful song lingering in my mind. The forest holds countless secrets, each tree and trail a potential gateway to the unknown. And as the seasons change and the snow blankets the ground once more, I can almost hear the faint echoes of that haunting melody, a reminder that some curses are eternal, and some souls are destined to wander forever, seeking the peace they never found in life. Story number 17. Footsteps in the snow. December 1985. The Canadian wilderness is unforgiving. A vast expanse where the cold bites deeper than any blade. And the silence is so thick it feels almost tangible. My name is Laura Mitchell, and my family and I had sought refuge in a secluded cabin nestled deep within these desolate woods. The decision to escape the chaos of city life had seemed perfect at the time. A chance to reconnect, to find peace amidst nature's embrace. But what we found was something far more sinister. The first few days were idyllic. The snow blanketed the landscape in pristine white, each flake a delicate testament to winter's reign. We spent our days chopping wood, cooking hearty meals, and exploring the surrounding wilderness. My husband, David, reveled in the solitude, while our two children, Emily and Jack, found joy in the simple pleasures of nature. It was a picturesque retreat, or so we thought. One particularly harsh evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a fierce snowstorm descended upon us. The wind howled through the trees, and the temperature plummeted rapidly. We huddled inside the cabin, the warmth of the fireplace a comforting barrier against the storm's fury. Little did we know, the storm would mark the beginning of our descent into terror. It was around midnight when we first heard it. A slow, deliberate sound of footsteps crunching through the deep snow outside. At first, we dismissed it as an animal, perhaps a lone wolf or a deer seeking shelter. The storm made it difficult to see, and the woods are teeming with wildlife. But as the minutes turned into hours, the footsteps persisted, growing louder and more methodical. David peered through the frosted window, his breath fogging up the glass. "Probably just some stray animal," he murmured, though his unease was palpable. But the footsteps continued, circling our cabin with a steady rhythm that sent chills down our spines. The sound was too consistent, too deliberate to belong to any ordinary creature. Emily clutched her blanket, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. Jack, usually fearless, sat silently beside me, his small hand gripping mine tightly. We decided to investigate, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a sense of trepidation. David grabbed his hunting rifle, a precautionary measure he rarely needed, and we cautiously stepped outside into the storm. The wind whipped around us, the snow stinging our faces as we made our way to the perimeter of the cabin. The footsteps were deafening now, a relentless cadence that seemed to encircle us. We followed the sound to the edge of our property, where the snow was undisturbed by any visible tracks. Confusion mingled with fear. How could footsteps be making their way around without leaving any trace? "Maybe it's some prankster," David suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. The idea seemed absurd in the dead of winter, yet the evidence before us was undeniable. As we stood there, the footsteps abruptly stopped. The silence that followed was heavy, almost oppressive. We exchanged nervous glances, the storm's fury momentarily abated. That's when we saw her, a figure cloaked in white, standing just beyond the reach of our cabin's warm glow. Her presence was ethereal, almost ghostly, with long, flowing hair obscuring her face and a dress that seemed to merge with the snowy landscape. "Who are you?" David called out, his voice wavering between authority and fear. The figure remained silent, her eyes fixed on us with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Slowly, she began to move towards us, her steps graceful yet haunting. We watched in horror as she passed by the window, her reflection wavering in the glass like a mirage. Emily gasped, clutching my arm tightly. "Mom, Dad, what is she?" Before David could respond, the figure vanished, leaving us standing alone in the storm once more. The footsteps resumed, now accompanied by a faint, mournful melody that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath our feet. The sound was both beautiful and terrifying, a lullaby for lost souls trapped in eternal winter. We hurried back to the cabin, our hearts pounding in our chests. As we reached the safety of our home, the storm intensified, the wind screaming through the trees like the cries of the damned. We barricaded the doors and windows, the sense of being watched never leaving us. That night, sleep eluded us. The sound of footsteps echoed through the cabin, sometimes just outside, other times seemingly within the walls themselves. The mournful melody played on repeat, a haunting reminder of the figure we had seen. Every creak and groan of the old would send our imaginations into overdrive, conjuring images of spirits and specters prowling the snow. In the early hours of the morning, as the storm began to wane, we decided to confront whatever was haunting us. Armed with candles and a renewed sense of determination, we ventured outside once more. The snow was falling steadily, each flake adding to the thick blanket that covered the ground. The footsteps echoed again, this time leading us towards a dense thicket of trees at the edge of our property. We approached cautiously, the flickering candlelight our only guide. As we neared the thicket, the footsteps ceased abruptly, replaced by an unsettling silence. David raised his rifle, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. That's when we heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible over the storm's remnants. "Remember us." The voice was a mere breath, yet it carried an immense weight of sorrow and longing. We froze, the realization dawning on us that we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. Perhaps the restless spirits of those who had perished in these woods, seeking recognition and remembrance. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light illuminated the area, momentarily blinding us. When our vision cleared, the thicket was empty, the snow undisturbed. The whispers faded into the distance, leaving us standing alone in the aftermath of the storm. Exhausted and emotionally drained, we made our way back to the cabin, the weight of the night's events pressing heavily upon us. In the days that followed, the footprints remained elusive, leaving us with more questions than answers. We consulted local folklore and spoke with the few residents who lived near the woods. The stories were consistent, tales of lost souls wandering the snow-covered landscape, their spirits bound to the place by unfinished business or tragic ends. One elderly neighbor shared a story about a woman named Eleanor Hart, who had drowned in the lake nearby in the late 19th century. Her husband had vanished shortly after, and rumors persisted that their spirits still roamed the area, forever searching for each other. It was said that on stormy nights, their cries could be heard over the howling wind, a haunting duet of love and loss. The realization that we were living in a place with such a tragic history deepened our sense of unease. The footsteps and the ethereal figure were more than mere ghost stories. They were the lingering presence of past sorrows, a reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of memory. As winter gave way to spring, the haunting sounds gradually subsided, the spirits seemingly finding some semblance of peace. We decided to leave the cabin, the experience leaving an indelible mark on our souls. The memories of those cold, haunted nights remained with us, a testament to the mysteries that lie hidden within the heart of the wilderness. Years later, I often find myself reflecting on that fateful winter, the image of the cloaked figure, the sound of footsteps without a source, and the mournful whispers still linger in my mind, a constant reminder that some places hold onto their secrets too tightly to be forgotten. Lake Tahoe's beauty is undeniable, but beneath its serene surface lies a world of untold stories and restless spirits, forever entwined with the snow and silence. I've come to understand that the true horror wasn't the supernatural presence itself, but the profound sense of loss and the yearning for remembrance that it embodied. The footsteps on the snow were not just sounds. They were echoes of lives cut short, of love lost to the unforgiving winter, and of the eternal search for peace in a world that often feels indifferent to our struggles. And so, whenever I gaze upon a snow-covered landscape, I do so with a newfound respect for the stories that lie beneath. For in the silence of the wilderness, the whispers of the past continue to echo, a haunting reminder that some souls are destined to wander, forever seeking the peace they never found in life. Story number 18. Silent Shadows on the Icy Pass, December 2010. The Colorado mountains are both majestic and merciless, their peaks cloaked in perpetual snow and their valleys echoing with the silence of untouched wilderness. My name is Mark Anderson, and I was on a solo road trip to clear my mind after a particularly grueling year. The endless miles of winding roads and the serene beauty of the snow-covered landscape offered the perfect escape from the chaos of everyday life. It was late in the afternoon when I found myself navigating a particularly treacherous stretch of mountain road. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the icy pavement, and the temperature had dropped sharply, frosting the edges of my windshield. I adjusted my rearview mirror, ensuring that my headlights were properly aligned, and continued my journey deeper into the heart of the Rockies. As I rounded a sharp bend, a dim light flickered on the side of the road. At first, I dismissed it as the reflection of my headlights off a distant vehicle or perhaps a malfunctioning streetlight. But as I drew closer, the light grew more distinct, a pair of headlights still shining from a car parked awkwardly on the shoulder, its presence out of place in the desolate expanse of snow and ice. My curiosity piqued. I slowed down and pulled over to investigate. The car was an old sedan, its paint chipped and windows frosted over. Yet the headlights remained mysteriously on despite the absence of an owner. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and approached the vehicle cautiously, the crunch of my boots breaking the eerie silence of the night. As I reached the driver's side door, I peered inside, expecting to find someone stranded or perhaps in need of assistance. But the interior was empty, no sign of life, no personal belongings out of place. Puzzled, I turned to look around, scanning the surrounding area for any clues. That's when I noticed the small footprints leading away from the car, disappearing into the dense forest that bordered the road. Strange, I muttered to myself, trying to make sense of the situation. There were no visible trails or signs of someone walking through the snow. Yet the footprints were clear and purposeful, leading directly into the heart of the wilderness. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to get back on the road and forget about the mysterious vehicle. But something compelled me to follow the trail. I ventured cautiously into the forest, my flashlight cutting through the darkness as I followed the faint imprint of footsteps in the snow. The trees loomed overhead, their branches heavy with ice, and the cold bit into my skin, making each step a battle against the relentless chill. The footprints continued to guide me deeper, their direction unwavering despite the increasing isolation and the oppressive silence that surrounded me. After what felt like hours, the trail led me to a small clearing illuminated by the pale light of the moon. In the center stood the remnants of what appeared to be an old campsite, an abandoned tent, a cold fire pit, and scattered belongings long forgotten. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something else, something metallic and foreboding that made my skin crawl. I approached the campsite, my heart pounding in my chest, and scanned the area for any sign of the missing person. That's when I noticed a weather journal lying partially buried in the snow beside the tent. I picked it up, brushing off the layers of frost, and began to read the faded entries within. December 15th, 1985. Today marks my third week here. The solitude is overwhelming, but the beauty of the snow-covered landscape is worth the isolation. I've noticed strange lights in the distance, but I've dismissed them as reflections or distant fires. However, tonight, I heard voices carried by the wind, whispers that seemed to beckon me deeper into the forest. I can't explain it, but something is drawing me towards the unknown. The last entry was dated just a few days before the journal was discovered. My mind raced with questions. Who was this person? What had happened to them? The chilling realization dawned on me that this was no ordinary disappearance. Something far more sinister was at play. As I stood there, contemplating the mysteries of the abandoned campsite, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness. My breath quickened as I fumbled to relight it, the beam flickering back to life just in time to reveal a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the clearing. The figure was tall and gaunt, clad in tattered clothing that blended seamlessly with the snowy surroundings. Its eyes were hollow voids, staring directly into mine with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I froze, unable to move or speak, as the figure began to approach me with slow, deliberate steps. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. The figure remained silent, its presence exuding a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. As it drew closer, I could see the faint outline of an old-fashioned lantern in its hand, the light flickering and casting long, menacing shadows across the snow. I took a step back, my mind racing for any logical explanation. But there was none. The air around me grew colder, the silence more oppressive, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart by the entity before me. Suddenly, the figure stopped just a few feet away, and the temperature dropped even further, making my breath visible in the frigid air. The whispers I had read about in the journal seemed to echo around me, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of despair. "Remember us," the whispers seemed to say, their tone both pleading and commanding. I felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but my body refused to obey. Rooted to the spot by fear and fascination, the figure raised its lantern, the light now illuminating its face, an expression of eternal torment etched into its features. "Don't forget," the whispers intensified, wrapping around me like icy tendrils. "Don't forget our pain." In that moment, a rush of memories flooded my mind, visions of a person lost to the wilderness, their anguish and unresolved pain binding them to the desolate landscape. I realized that the figure before me was the missing man from the abandoned car, his spirit forever trapped in the unforgiving embrace of the Colorado mountains. Summoning every ounce of strength, I forced myself to break free from the invisible chains holding me in place. "I won't forget," I declared, my voice steady despite the fear gripping me. "I'll remember your story and share it with others." The figure seemed to hesitate, its lantern flickering one last time before the entity began to fade. The whispers dying down into a mournful sigh, the oppressive cold lifted, and the darkness receded, leaving me alone in the silent clearing. Breathing heavily, I made my way back to the campsite, the journal clutched tightly in my hands. As I sat by the abandoned fire pit, I couldn't help but feel a profound connection to the lost soul who had once roamed these very woods. The experience had left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder of the thin line between life and death, and the enduring power of memory and remembrance. In the days that followed, I reported the disappearance to the local authorities, but the case remained unsolved. The body of the missing man never found. The journal and my own account of the haunting encounter became part of the local lore, a chilling testament to the restless spirits that roam the Colorado mountains, forever seeking closure and remembrance. Years later, I still think back to that December night on the icy pass, the silent footsteps and the haunting whispers echoing in my mind. Lake Tahoe holds many secrets, but it was the mountains of Colorado that revealed the true depth of their mysteries. Some places are more than just landscapes, they are living entities, holding within their vast expanses the echoes of lost lives and the enduring pain of spirits unable to find peace. And so, I share this story as a cautionary tale to those who venture into the wilderness seeking solitude and discovery. Respect the land, honor the memories of those who have come before, and remember that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. For in the silent shadows of the mountains, the footsteps of the lost continue to echo, a haunting reminder that some souls are destined to wander forever, searching for the peace they never found in life. Story number 19. The Ice Monster of Lake Baikal. December 1993. The biting cold of a Siberian winter had transformed Lake Baikal into a vast, frozen expanse, its surface shimmering under the pale light of the moon. My name is Ivan Petrov, and I had spent most of my life on these icy shores, working as a fisherman in one of the most remote parts of Russia. Lake Baikal, known as the Pearl of Siberia, was a place of unparalleled beauty and haunting isolation. But that winter, It revealed a darkness that would forever change my perception of the frozen wilderness. I had been fishing since dawn, the frigid air numbing my fingers despite the layers of clothing that barely kept the cold at bay. The lake was eerily silent, the only sound the distant crackling of ice shifting under its own weight. My boat, a sturdy vessel built to withstand the harshest conditions, bobbed gently on the glassy surface. The tranquility of the scene was almost surreal, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing inside me. For years, Lake Baikal had been my sanctuary, a place where I could escape the chaos of the world and find solace in the rhythm of the seasons. But that night, something felt different. An unsettling presence seemed to hover just beyond the edge of my consciousness, a whisper of fear that I couldn't quite place. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to the isolation and the relentless cold. But the feeling lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. As the hours dragged on, the sky darkened, and the moon reached its zenith, casting an ethereal glow across the frozen lake. It was then that I saw it, a shadowy figure beneath the ice, larger than any human I had ever encountered. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a reflection distorted by the ice's surface. But as I stared, the figure became more distinct, its form humanoid yet grotesquely distorted. Curiosity overcame my apprehension, and I leaned closer, straining to see through the transparent ice. The figure's eyes were the most unsettling part, glowing red, piercing through the darkness, staring back at me with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of fear and fascination gripping me. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. There was no response, only the sound of my own breath visible in the frigid air. I reached for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness as I tried to get a better look. The figure remained motionless, its presence oppressive and malevolent. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed across the lake, startling me out of my reverie. The ice beneath me began to tremble, small fissures forming as if something immense was struggling to break free. Panic surged through me as I realized the danger I was in. The figure under the ice seemed to react, its form shifting and contorting as the ice cracked violently. I turned to row back to shore, but the boat began to drift uncontrollably, pulled by an invisible force. My heart raced as the realization dawned on me. Something was trying to drag me into the depths of Lake Baikal. The red eyes from beneath the ice seemed to follow my every move, their glow intensifying as the boat strained against the pulling force. Desperate to escape, I reached for the oars, trying to regain control of the vessel. But it was futile. The ice beneath me was breaking apart, creating a maelstrom of snow and water that threatened to engulf me. The figure's presence loomed larger, its eyes now burning with a fury that matched the chaos unfolding around me. With a final, heart-wrenching effort, I swung the oars, breaking free from the boat's uncontrollable drift. I rowed as fast as I could, the sound of cracking ice and the distant screams of unseen entities echoing through the night. The boat careened towards a nearby shoreline, and with a desperate push, I hauled myself onto the icy bank, collapsing onto the snow-covered ground. Breathing heavily, I looked back at the lake, the once serene surface now a tumultuous sea of broken ice and darkness. The figure beneath the water was gone, swallowed by the depths it had haunted for so long. I lay there, shivering from both the cold and the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The memory of those glowing red eyes seared into my mind. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what had happened. The locals spoke in hushed tones about the legends of Lake Baikal, tales of restless spirits and ancient curses that plagued the frozen waters. Many dismissed them as mere folklore, stories spun to explain the lake's inexplicable phenomena. But I knew what I had witnessed, and the fear it instilled in me was undeniable. I reported the incident to the authorities, but my story was met with skepticism. The vastness of Lake Baikal made it easy to dismiss my account as a hallucination brought on by the extreme cold and isolation. Yet, the physical evidence remained: the broken ice, the mysterious disturbances in the lake, and the unexplainable force that had nearly claimed my life. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved deeper into the history of Lake Baikal. I discovered records of disappearances dating back centuries, incidents that mirrored my own experience. Each case involved someone who had ventured too far into the wilderness, drawn by an inexplicable force or an otherworldly presence. The stories spoke of a malevolent entity, a guardian of the lake, who sought to protect its secrets by any means necessary. As the years passed, the memory of that night never faded. I continued to live near Lake Baikal, the lake's silent beauty a constant reminder of the darkness that lay beneath its surface. I avoided the water at night, wary of the shadows that danced across the ice and the haunting red eyes that might still be watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to draw near. One winter night, decades after my harrowing encounter, I found myself standing at the edge of the lake once more. The moon was full, casting a brilliant light over the frozen landscape. The chill in the air was biting, and the snow fell softly, blanketing the world in silence. As I gazed out over the water, I couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, a lingering presence that seemed to watch me from the depths. "Hello," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. The response was silence, but the memory of those red eyes and the oppressive darkness beneath the ice filled me with unease. I turned to leave, but something compelled me to stay, to face the fears that had haunted me for so long. With a deep breath, I approached the water's edge. The icy ground crunching beneath my boots. I peered down, half expecting to see the same shadowy figure staring back at me. But there was nothing, only the endless expanse of snow and ice reflecting the moonlight. Just as I was about to turn away, a faint, red glow began to emanate from beneath the ice. My heart raced as I watched the surface ripple, revealing the haunting eyes that once threatened my very existence. This time, however, there was no movement, no signs of the malevolent presence. The eyes stared back at me, a silent plea or a warning. Before the ice settled once more, swallowing the light, I stood there for a moment longer, the weight of the lake's secrets pressing heavily upon me. With one last glance, I turned and walked away, the memory of that night forever etched into my soul. Lake Baikal remained a place of beauty and mystery, its frozen waters holding stories of sorrow and fear that would never be forgotten. And so, I share my story as a cautionary tale to those who seek solitude in the wilderness. Respect the legends, honor the memories of those lost, and remember that some places hold onto their secrets too tightly, their shadows forever lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the next unwary soul to cross their path. For in the heart of Lake Baikal, where the ice meets the darkness, the whispers of the past continue to echo, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between life and death, and the enduring power of fear in the frozen wilderness. Story number 20. Whispers on the Frozen Frontier. December 1935. The Arctic was a realm untouched by time, where the biting cold gnawed at your very soul and the vast expanse of ice stretched endlessly into the horizon. My name is Thomas Bennett, and I was part of a small expedition tasked with charting the uncharted territories of northern Canada. Our team consisted of 5 men: myself, Captain Harold Jenkins, our geologist, Dr. Samuel Everett, our navigator, Lieutenant Robert Hayes, our mechanic, and the youngest member, Jack Thompson, a spirited and inquisitive lad eager to prove himself in the unforgiving wilderness. We had been trekking through the desolate landscape for weeks, the monotony of white snow and gray skies wearing down our spirits. The isolation was both a test of our endurance and a sanctuary from the chaos of the world we had left behind. Each day blended into the next, marked only by the rising and setting of the pale sun and the occasional roar of windstorms that swept across the ice fields. It was on the 7th night that we first noticed the phenomenon that would alter our expedition and our lives forever. As we huddled around the campfire, trying to stave off the chill with blankets and stories, Captain Jenkins pointed towards the sky. "Look at that," he murmured. eyes fixed on a faint, bluish glow shimmering just beyond the line of trees. We turned to follow his gaze, and there it was, a series of ethereal blue lights hovering over the ice, moving in patterns that defied any natural explanation. They danced and flickered, swirling in intricate formations before vanishing as suddenly as they appeared. The sight was mesmerizing, a stark contrast to the stark whiteness of our surroundings. Probably just a trick of the light, Dr. Everett suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. Maybe some sort of atmospheric anomaly. But as the night deepened, the lights became more frequent and began to move closer, their motions becoming increasingly erratic and unpredictable. It was then that we started hearing them, the whispers carried by the wind, soft and unintelligible, yet hauntingly persistent. The sound was like a chorus of voices, murmuring secrets we couldn't comprehend, their tones laced with sorrow and desperation. At first, we dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our ears, but the whispers grew louder, more insistent, echoing around our camp with a chilling clarity. The air seemed to thicken with each passing moment, the temperature dropping precipitously as if the voices themselves were drawing the warmth from the night. One night, as the aurora borealis painted the sky with vibrant hues of green and purple, Jack Thompson was the first to express his unease. "I've been hearing them too," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "The whispers, they're calling my name." We exchanged worried glances, the gravity of our situation beginning to dawn on us. The isolation of the Arctic had always been a psychological challenge. But now, it felt as though the very environment was conspiring against us, feeding on our fears and doubts. Days turned into nights, and the phenomenon intensified. The blue lights became a constant presence, their movements synchronized with the whispers that seemed to seep into our dreams, eroding our sanity bit by bit. The team grew restless, tensions mounting as the unexplained events took a toll on our morale. Then, on the 12th night, tragedy struck. Jack Thompson vanished without a trace. One moment he was sitting by the fire, laughing at a joke, and the next, he was gone, his belongings untouched, save for his trusty compass left abandoned beside the tent. We searched tirelessly, following the footprints that led into the dense forest, only to find them abruptly stopping in the middle of a snow-covered clearing, with no sign of their origin or destination. Panic set in as we realized the extent of our predicament. The Arctic was a vast and unforgiving landscape, and without Jack, our ability to survive was severely compromised. Captain Jenkins attempted to rally the team, but the fear in our eyes betrayed the growing despair within us. Desperate for answers, we turned to the local indigenous people who inhabited the fringes of the Arctic. Their faces were weathered by the harsh climate, eyes deep pools of ancient wisdom and unspoken fears. We approached them cautiously, hoping they could shed light on the mysterious lights and the disappearance of our companion. The eldest among them, a stooped man named Akiak, listened to our plight with a heavy heart. "You have seen the spirits of the ice," he said slowly, his voice gravelly from years of cold. "They are restless, searching for those who have wronged them or failed to heed their warnings. The blue lights are their way of guiding or trapping souls who wander too close." His words sent a chill down my spine. "Is there a way to appease them? To find Jack?" Akiak shook his head solemnly. "Some spirits cannot be appeased. They seek companionship in their eternal winter, and those who listen too closely to their whispers become part of their frozen realm." Determined to save our friend, we devised a plan to confront the phenomenon head-on. Armed with the knowledge we had gleaned and a renewed sense of purpose, we ventured back into the heart of the forest, the blue lights guiding our path through the endless snow. As we trekked deeper, the whispers grew louder, their voices intertwining into a cacophony of sorrow and longing. The blue lights swirled around us, creating patterns that seemed almost sentient, reacting to our presence. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and the cold was more intense than ever, biting into our skin and numbing our limbs. We reached a secluded valley where the blue lights converged into a central point, forming a mesmerizing vortex of light and shadow. At the center stood a solitary figure, clad in flowing white robes that seemed to shimmer with the same ethereal glow as the lights themselves. Her eyes were hollow voids, glowing red with an otherworldly fire, and her presence exuded a palpable sense of sorrow and despair. "Jack," I called out, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. "Where are you?" The figure turned towards me, her gaze piercing through the darkness. "He has joined us," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that resonated within my very soul. The whispers guide those who are lost, offering companionship in the eternal winter. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the gravity of our situation. The spirits were not merely observing us, they were seeking to claim us, to add our stories to their own eternal narrative of loss and longing. "Please," I begged, stepping closer despite the terror coursing through me. "Bring him back. Let him return to us." The figure raised her hands, the blue lights intensifying around her as the whispers swirled into a deafening roar. "The path is one of no return," she intoned. "Once you hear the whispers, you are bound to the ice. To join us is your destiny." Desperation fueled my actions as I reached out, attempting to grasp her hands, but an invisible force pushed me back, the cold seeping into my bones with an icy grip. The blue vortex began to close in, the lights pulsating with a malevolent energy that threatened to engulf us both. Captain Jenkins shouted orders, and the team rallied, trying to break free from the supernatural hold that the spirits exerted over us. The ground beneath our feet cracked and groaned, the ice fracturing in a frenzy as the spirits sought to claim us as their own. In a final act of defiance, I turned and fled, the sound of the whispers and the haunting presence of the blue lights driving me to escape the cursed valley. We raced back through the forest, the spirits in relentless pursuit, their whispers now a symphony of anguish that echoed through the frozen wilderness. Breathless and on the verge of collapse, we stumbled upon our campsite, the fire still burning weakly against the encroaching cold. The blue lights flickered at the edge of the clearing, their presence a constant reminder of the horrors we had faced. Exhausted and broken, we made a pact to never speak of that night again, our minds scarred by the memories of the spirits that haunted the Arctic ice. Jack was never found, his disappearance a chilling reminder of the thin line between reality and the supernatural. The expedition was deemed a tragic loss, with whispers among the locals about the cursed spirits that roamed the Arctic, forever seeking companions in their eternal winter. Years have passed since that fateful December night, but the memories remain vivid, etched into the very fabric of my being. The Arctic's haunting beauty belies the darkness that lies beneath its frozen surface, a testament to the enduring power of sorrow and the unyielding grip of restless spirits. I often find myself staring into the endless white expanse, the echoes of the whispers and the haunting glow of the blue lights lingering in my mind. The Arctic remains a place of unparalleled beauty and unspoken terror, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their secrets frozen in time and snow. And so, I share this story not just as a cautionary tale, but as a tribute to those lost souls who wander the icy wilderness, their whispers forever echoing through the frozen frontier, seeking the companionship they were denied in life. Story number 21. Winter's Haunting Echo. December 1998. The Minnesota winter had settled in with an unforgiving embrace, transforming the landscape into a vast expanse of white silence. My name is Tom Reynolds, and I was hauling freight across the state, navigating the treacherous, snow-covered roads that connected the small towns dotting the northern plains. Driving a truck in these conditions was no small feat, but it was a job that suited my solitary nature. The endless miles of asphalt, the rhythmic hum of the engine, and the quiet companionship of my CB radio kept me company on these long, lonely nights. It was a particularly harsh December evening when I found myself on Highway 65, a stretch of road known for its picturesque but perilous winter scenes. The sun had long dipped below the horizon, and the moon cast a pale, ghostly glow over the glistening snow. Visibility was low, the snowflakes swirling in the biting wind, reducing the world to shades of gray and white. I was tired but alert, focused on the road ahead, my thoughts wandering to the warm cabin awaiting me at my destination. As I rounded a sharp bend, my headlights illuminated a solitary figure standing by the roadside. She was dressed in a long, flowing white coat that contrasted starkly against the darkened landscape. Her hair, ashen and tousled by the wind, framed a face pale and serene, yet there was an unmistakable sadness in her eyes. She stood motionless, hands outstretched, waving gently at my truck. I slowed down, my heart inexplicably pounding in my chest. It's not uncommon to see hitchhikers or stranded motorists in these parts, but something about her presence felt different, unnerving even. I pulled over to the side, the engine idling as I contemplated my next move. "Hey there," I called out softly, leaning slightly out of the window. "Are you okay?" She didn't respond, her gaze fixed on me, eyes reflecting the cold light of the moon. I glanced around, but the desolate road stretched out in every direction. No signs of habitation or other travelers. The silence was thick, broken only by the howling wind and the distant crackling of ice shifting underfoot. I reached for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness as I approached her cautiously. Every instinct in my body screamed to turn back, to leave her there and continue my journey. But something held me in place. As I drew closer, the air seemed to grow colder, the atmosphere heavy with an unspoken sorrow. "Do you need a ride?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She remained silent, her expression inscrutable. I hesitated for a moment longer, then decided to extend a helping hand. "If you need assistance, I can take you to the nearest town." Slowly, she stepped forward, her movements graceful yet unnatural, as if she were floating rather than walking. I opened the passenger door, the warmth of the truck contrasting sharply with the icy air outside. As she approached, I felt a chill run down my spine, an overwhelming sense of sadness emanating from her. She reached out her hand, and I hesitated before gently taking it, pulling her into the truck. Instantly, she vanished, leaving me alone with a lingering sense of unease. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, but there was no sign of her inside. Confused and unsettled, I looked out the window, half expecting to see her still standing by the roadside, but she was gone without a trace. Shaken, I decided to continue my journey, the image of the mysterious woman etched into my mind. The road remained empty, the snow-covered landscape undisturbed, save for the faint imprint of her footsteps fading into the distance. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, I reached a small town nestled among the hills. Exhausted from the night's events, I pulled into the local diner, hoping for some warmth and a chance to collect my thoughts. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and the familiar scent of coffee and fried food greeted me. I sat down at the counter, still feeling the chill of the night's encounter. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, approached me with a concerned expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said gently. "Everything all right?" I hesitated, unsure if I should share my unsettling experience. "I saw a woman on the road last night. She was standing there, waving at me. When I stopped, she just disappeared." Her expression grew serious, and she leaned in closer. "You're not the first to see her. That stretch of Highway 65 has a dark history. Last winter, a woman named Emily Harris died in a car accident right around here. They say her spirit still wanders the road, looking for help she never received." A shiver ran down my spine as I processed her words. I had no idea. She seemed so real. She nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of sympathy and sorrow. "The locals believe she's trapped here, reliving her last moments, hoping someone will notice her and offer assistance." I thanked her and took a sip of my coffee. the warmth seeping into my bones, easing some of the lingering fear. As I left the diner, the sun climbing higher in the sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that Emily's spirit was still with me, her unresolved anguish echoing in the stillness of the snowy roads. Over the following weeks, I found myself unable to forget the encounter. The image of Emily lingered in my mind, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. I delved into local records, piecing together the tragic story of Emily Harris, a woman whose life had been cut short by a cruel twist of fate. She had been returning home from a family gathering, the weather turning unexpectedly severe, her truck skidding off the icy road and crashing into a tree. The news report spoke of her bravery, how she had tried to help a stranded motorist before the accident. Her last act of kindness forever entwined with her untimely demise. It made sense why her spirit would be tethered to that desolate road, forever seeking the help she couldn't provide in her final moments. Driven by a mix of guilt and compassion, I decided to return to Highway 65, determined to bring some peace to Emily's restless soul. I planned the trip meticulously, ensuring that I would be on the road the next winter, when the conditions would mirror those of my initial encounter. Years passed, and my life continued, but the memory of Emily's spirit never faded. Every snowy evening, as I navigated the winding roads of Minnesota, I kept an eye out for any sign of her presence. The winter of 2001 arrived, bringing with it the familiar biting cold and relentless snowstorms. The stage was set for a confrontation that would test my resolve and confront the lingering shadows of the past. One night, as I drove through a particularly blustery storm, the familiar sight appeared once more. A figure in a white coat standing by the roadside, her hair whipped by the fierce wind, her eyes filled with an otherworldly sadness. My heart raced, but this time, I was prepared. I slowed down, recalling the stories and the journal entries that had brought me here. "Emily," I whispered, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "I'm here to help." I pulled over and opened the door, expecting her to step into the truck. But once again, she vanished, leaving me alone with the oppressive silence of the storm. Determined not to let her spirit linger in torment, I retrieved my flashlight and scanned the area, calling out her name into the howling wind. As the minutes ticked by, the storm intensified, the snow swirling around me in a relentless dance. The temperature plummeted further, and the darkness seemed to press in closer, making the world feel smaller, more confined. I felt a presence, a weight of sorrow that settled over me, but I refused to turn back. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared in the distance, cutting through the storm like a beacon. I followed it, my truck struggling against the wind, until I reached the very spot where Emily had first appeared. There, in the midst of the blinding snow, stood an old, abandoned cabin, its windows broken, its doors ajar, much like the one I had discovered years before. Heart pounding, I approached the cabin, the howling wind masking any sounds within. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the same eerie interior I had explored years earlier. My flashlight beam danced across the room, illuminating the remnants of past lives, dust-covered furniture, tattered curtains, and, most notably, the small journal that had started it all. I picked it up, flipping through the familiar pages, and found a new entry that hadn't been there before. December 12th, 1997. The song continues, and I am losing myself. Emily's spirit is restless, her sorrow consuming her. I fear that if I don't help her, she will drag me into her endless winter. Please, someone, help us. A cold breeze swept through the cabin, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness. The temperature dropped sharply, and the oppressive silence was broken by the sound of soft, sorrowful singing. Emily's voice, more melancholic and desperate than ever before. "Please, help us." The voice echoed, weaving through the walls and filling the room with a palpable sadness. I felt an invisible force pulling me toward the center of the cabin, where Emily's spirit now materialized. her eyes pleading for salvation. "I won't leave you here," I declared, my voice firm despite the fear coursing through me. "I promise I'll help you find peace." The cabin seemed to respond to my vow, the air lightening, the oppressive energy easing as if acknowledging my intent. Emily's spirit began to fade, a serene expression replacing the sorrow in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a fading echo. "Find the marker. Help us remember." As her spirit dissolved into the night, the cabin transformed once more, the oppressive atmosphere lifting entirely. I stood alone, the storm beginning to abate, the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds. Exhausted but resolute, I made my way back to my truck, the weight of my promise settling heavily on my shoulders. In the days that followed, I researched the mention of a marker, a forgotten monument near the accident site that held significance to Emily and her family. Guided by determination, I ventured back to Highway 65, seeking the elusive marker that would honor Emily's memory and perhaps free her spirit from its eternal torment. The search was arduous, the snowy landscape making every step a challenge. But eventually, I found it, a simple stone monument inscribed with the name Emily Harris. Surrounded by a circle of snow-covered stones, kneeling before it, I placed flowers and lit a candle, the flickering flame a symbol of remembrance and hope. "Rest in peace, Emily," I whispered, feeling a sense of closure wash over me. The air grew warmer, the oppressive sadness lifting as if Emily's spirit had finally found the peace it so desperately sought. As I left the monument behind, the sky cleared, revealing a brilliant sunrise that painted the snow in hues of gold and pink. The haunted roads of Highway 65 no longer felt menacing, the shadows replaced by the promise of a new day. I knew that Emily's spirit was free, her sorrow no longer a burden she had to carry alone. Years later, I still drive those snowy roads, the memory of that winter night a constant reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. Lake Tahoe's beauty and Lake Baikal's icy mysteries are still etched in my mind. But it was the haunted roads of Minnesota that taught me the true depth of human sorrow and the enduring power of compassion. Every winter, as the snow blankets the roads and the nights grow long, I keep an eye out for any sign of a wandering spirit, offering a silent promise to remember and honor their stories. For in the heart of the frozen wilderness, the echoes of the past continue to whisper, a haunting reminder that some souls are destined to wander until their stories are told and their peace is found. Story number 22. Bloodstains in the Snow, Russia, 2002. I still wake up in the dead of night, the icy wind of that Siberian winter whispering through my dreams like the restless spirits we encountered. My name is Ivan Petrov, and the events of February 2002 have left an indelible mark on my soul, haunting me every time I think back to that fateful night in the mountains. It was a cold December evening when my friends and I decided to embark on a snowboarding trip in the remote regions of Siberia. We were a tight-knit group of 5: myself, Elena, Sergei, Mikhail, and Anna, drawn together by our shared love for adventure and the thrill of conquering untouched slopes. The allure of pristine snow and the solitude of the mountains promised an unforgettable experience, far removed from the chaos of our everyday lives. We arrived at the base of Mount Kolyma just as the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the snow-covered landscape. The air was crisp, each breath a visible puff in the fading light. Our gear was meticulously packed, and our spirits were high as we began our ascent into the wilderness. The first day was everything we had hoped for: endless trails, breathtaking views, and the exhilarating rush of carving through fresh powder. But as night fell on our second day, the weather took a turn for the worse. Dark clouds rolled in from the north, bringing with them an ominous chill that seemed to seep into our bones. By evening, a fierce blizzard had descended upon us, transforming the serene mountains into a chaotic whiteout. Visibility dropped to near zero, and the howling winds made every step a battle against the elements. We huddled together in our makeshift shelter, trying to stay warm and conserve our energy. The storm raged on, relentless and unforgiving, and it became clear that we were trapped. The winds howled like angry spirits, their cries echoing through the mountains, and the snow piled higher around us with each passing hour. In the midst of the storm, Sergei suggested we venture out to find a better vantage point, hoping to spot any signs of help or a possible route back. Reluctantly, we agreed, knowing that staying put meant certain doom as the storm showed no signs of abating. Armed with our headlamps and the dim light of our flashlights, we braved the blinding snow, our breaths visible in the frigid air. As we trudged through the knee-deep snow, Elena stumbled upon a series of bloodstains leading from the pine trees to an abandoned cabin nestled in a small clearing. Her eyes widened with fear, and she pointed out the gruesome trail that seemed to beckon us forward. "Look," she whispered, her voice trembling. "These bloodstains. They lead to that house." A heavy silence fell over the group as we exchanged uneasy glances. The thought of venturing into an abandoned cabin in the middle of a blizzard was terrifying. But the bloodstains suggested someone or something had been here recently. Our survival instincts battled with our curiosity, and after a moment of hesitation, we decided to follow the trail. The bloodstains were stark against the white snow, a chilling reminder of violence amidst the serenity of the mountains. As we approached the cabin, the howling wind seemed to grow louder, almost as if warning us to turn back. The structure was dilapidated, its windows shattered and the door hanging off its hinges. Despite our fear, we pushed open the door, the creak echoing ominously through the empty rooms. Inside, the cabin was cold and dark, the only light coming from our flashlights casting eerie shadows on the walls. We stepped cautiously, the air heavy with the scent of decay and something else. Something metallic that made my skin crawl. In the center of the main room stood a large table, splattered with dried blood that had stained the once pristine surface. Anna gasped, covering her mouth in horror. "What happened here?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm's fury outside. As we explored further, we found a bedroom with a single bed, the sheets stained with dark, old blood, no signs of a struggle. No belongings, just the remnants of a life abruptly ended. The absence of any traces left us more unsettled, the silence of the cabin amplifying our fear. Suddenly, Sergei let out a strangled cry. "Anna!" His voice echoed through the cabin. But when we turned to look, she was gone. Panic surged through us as we frantically searched every corner, calling her name into the empty rooms. The storm outside seemed to intensify, the winds howling as if mocking our desperation. We decided to leave the cabin immediately, the bloodstains and Anna's disappearance serving as a stark warning. As we made our way back through the blinding snow, the sense of being watched grew stronger, a heavy presence pressing down on us. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified by the storm's wrath. Hours passed in a blur of fear and exhaustion. And just when we thought we might find our way back, we stumbled upon a second set of bloodstains, this time leading into the dense forest. Elena pointed them out, her face pale and drawn. "These can't be real," she murmured. "It's like the blood is moving." As we followed the second trail, a haunting realization dawned on us. The bloodstains weren't just markers of past violence. They were leading us deeper into the heart of the mountain, towards an unknown fate. The whispers we had dismissed earlier now became clearer, faint voices carried by the wind, calling our names with a sorrowful plea. Desperation drove us to keep moving, despite the mounting fear and the storm's unrelenting assault. We pushed ourselves to the brink, each step a battle against the oppressive cold and the eerie sensations that something malevolent was following us. Just as dawn began to break, the storm finally subsided, revealing the devastated landscape that had claimed our path. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, we finally reached a familiar trail that led us back to our shelter. But relief was short-lived when we returned. Sergei was nowhere to be found. The realization that we had lost another member of our group hit us hard. the horror of our situation sinking in like the snow beneath our feet. We spent the rest of the day in a state of numb disbelief, the weight of our losses and the unanswered questions pressing down on us. The authorities launched a massive search effort, but Sergei was never found. The cabin remained a mystery, its blood-stained rooms and the disappearance of two friends leaving an indelible scar on our community. Years have passed since that tragic winter, but the memories remain vivid, haunting me like the restless spirits of the mountains. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered peaks, the winds whispering secrets that only the mountain knows. The bloodstains in the snow serve as a chilling reminder of the night when curiosity led us into the heart of darkness, where the line between the living and the dead blurred into a terrifying reality. The blizzard of 2002 at Mount Kalima became a cautionary tale, a story of survival against insurmountable odds and the supernatural forces that may lie hidden within nature's most extreme environments. It taught me about the fragility of life, the power of hope, and the enduring bonds of friendship forged in the face of unimaginable adversity. And so, I warn others to heed the warnings of the past, to respect the boundaries set by those who came before us. For in the heart of the Siberian wilderness, the spirits of the lost still linger, their sorrowful cries echoing through the silent snow, a testament to the eternal struggle between life and death, and the shadows that dwell within the darkest corners of our world. Story number 23. The Abandoned Village of Frostheim, Norway. 1930. I still wake up in the dead of night, the howling winds of that December storm in 1930 echoing through my dreams like the mournful cries of lost souls. My name is Eric Johansson, and the memories of Frostheim, a small village in the remote reaches of Norway, have haunted me for decades. What was meant to be a simple winter expedition to uncover the truth behind the village's sudden disappearance has left an indelible mark on my psyche, forever altering my understanding of reality and the supernatural. It was the winter of 1930 when Frostheim was swallowed by a relentless snowstorm that seemed to come out of nowhere. The village, nestled deep within the Scandinavian wilderness, was known for its tight-knit community and picturesque landscapes. Families had lived there for generations, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature and the harsh yet beautiful winters. But one fateful December, everything changed. I had heard whispers of Frostheim's abandonment during my years studying folklore and unsolved mysteries at the University of Oslo. The story was simple yet chilling. A sudden, severe blizzard forced the entire population to flee, leaving behind an eerily intact village. When authorities arrived, they found homes with meals half-eaten, fireplaces still burning, and no signs of struggle or departure. The villagers had vanished without a trace, and despite extensive searches, no one was ever found. Driven by curiosity and a professional obsession with the unexplained, I decided to investigate Frostheim firsthand. My journey began in early January, when the remnants of the previous storm still lingered, leaving the landscape blanketed in pristine white. Equipped with my journal, camera, and a determination to uncover the truth, I set out into the heart of the Norwegian wilderness. The trek to Frostheim was arduous, the snowdrifts towering over the narrow paths that once guided villagers through their daily lives. As I approached the abandoned village, a sense of unease settled over me. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the frozen ground and the distant howl of the wind. Houses stood like ghosts, their windows shattered, doors ajar, and interiors frozen in time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something else, something metallic that made my skin crawl. I entered the first house cautiously, my flashlight piercing through the darkness to reveal the remnants of a life abruptly halted. The dining table was set for a meal that never was. Plates stacked high with half-eaten food and cups still holding remnants of warm beverages. A fire burned in the hearth, its flames dancing in the still air, casting eerie shadows on the walls adorned with family portraits whose eyes seemed to follow my every move. As I moved through the village, the sense of being watched grew stronger. Each house told a story of sudden departure, of lives interrupted by an unseen force. But there were no signs of panic or distress, no overturned furniture, no bloodstains, nothing to indicate why the villagers left in such haste. It was as if they had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind only questions and an unsettling silence. That night, I set up camp in what appeared to be the village hall, a large communal building that had served as the heart of Frostheim. The storm had passed, but the weather remained bitterly cold, the moon obscured by lingering clouds. As I sat by the flickering fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The room felt alive, the walls pulsating with an unseen energy, and the shadows seemed to twist and contort in unnatural ways. Around midnight, the stillness was shattered by the sound of footsteps outside. My heart raced as I grabbed my camera and cautiously approached the window. Through the frosted glass, I saw fleeting silhouettes moving between the trees, their forms blurred by the swirling snow. My rational mind tried to dismiss it as a trick of the light or the remnants of the storm. But a deep-seated fear gnawed at me. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to explore the village further. The next day, I discovered an old, locked diary in the study of the village library. The pages were brittle, the ink faded, but the entries were still legible. They chronicled the days leading up to the storm, detailing the villagers' growing unease as strange occurrences began to unfold. Unexplained noises in the night, shadows moving against the light, and a pervasive sense of dread that settled over the community. One entry stood out. "The storm is coming, but it feels different this time. The air is thick with whispers, and I fear something malevolent watches us from the darkness. We must stay strong and hope for the best." As I delved deeper into the diary, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. It wasn't just a natural storm that swept through Frostheim. It was something far more sinister, something that preyed on the villagers' fears and drove them to abandon their homes in terror. The final entries were frantic, detailing the villagers' attempts to survive the onslaught of the storm and the unseen forces that tormented them. That night, as I reviewed my findings, the feeling of being watched intensified. The fire flickered erratically, casting distorted shadows on the walls, and the air grew colder, my breath visible in the dim light. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the village hall, freezing me in place. I grabbed my camera and raced towards the source of the sound, only to find the room empty, save for the lingering scent of blood and the sight of a small, blood-stained handprint on the wall. Terrified, I fled the village hall, the screams still echoing in my ears. As I ran through the deserted streets, the apparitions of the villagers materialized in the swirling snow, their eyes hollow and their expressions filled with sorrow and rage. They reached out to me, their spectral hands passing through my body, leaving me with a profound sense of loss and despair. I barely made it back to my campsite, collapsing beside the dying fire, my mind reeling from the night's horrors. The spirits of Frostheim were not at peace. They were trapped, their souls forever bound to the village by the malevolent forces that had claimed them. The realization that the village was haunted by restless spirits seeking release filled me with a desperate need to help them find peace. The next morning, I returned to the village hall, determined to uncover any remaining clues that could explain the supernatural events. There, I found an old map of Frostheim, marked with symbols and annotations that hinted at ancient rituals and protective wards. It became clear that the villagers had attempted to ward off the dark forces that plagued them, but their efforts had been in vain. The storm had not only brought natural devastation but had also opened a gateway to the spirit world, allowing malevolent entities to invade and possess the villagers' souls. Armed with this knowledge, I sought out the remnants of the villagers' rituals, piecing together a plan to close the gateway and free their spirits from eternal torment. The process was arduous, requiring me to confront my deepest fears and navigate the thin line between the living and the dead. Each step brought me closer to understanding the true nature of Frostheim's curse and the sacrifices the villagers had made to protect their home. As I performed the final ritual, the air around me grew heavy with energy, the spirits of Frostheim swirling around me in a vortex of sorrow and desperation. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and the sky darkened as if the storm was returning to claim its due. With a final incantation, I completed the ritual, the gateway sealing shut with a blinding flash of light that dispelled the darkness and silenced the whispers. Exhausted but relieved, I watched as the apparitions of the villagers faded into the dawn, their expressions now peaceful and free from the torment that had once consumed them. Frostheim stood silent once more, the malevolent forces banished, and the village finally at rest. I left Frostheim with a heavy heart, the memories of that winter forever etched in my mind. The experience taught me about the fragile balance between the natural and supernatural worlds and the lengths to which people will go to protect their loved ones and their homes. The abandoned village of Frostheim remains a testament to the power of community, the resilience of the human spirit, and the enduring mystery of the unknown. Years later, I still find myself drawn back to the forests of Norway, seeking solace in the wilderness and a deeper understanding of the forces that govern our world. The story of Frostheim serves as a reminder that even in the most beautiful and serene places, darkness can lurk beneath the surface, waiting to claim those who venture too far into the unknown. And so, I warn others to heed the warnings of the past, to respect the boundaries set by those who came before us. For in the silence of the abandoned village, the spirits of Frostheim still linger, their sorrowful cries echoing through the empty streets, a haunting reminder of the eternal struggle between life and death, and the shadows that dwell within the darkest corners of our world. Story number 24. The Blizzard at Denali, 1992. I still wake up in the dead of night, the howling winds of that December storm in 1992 echoing in my ears like the relentless cries of the lost. My name is Jonathan Reed, and the events that unfolded during that fateful winter in the Alaskan wilderness have left an indelible mark on my soul, haunting me every time I close my eyes. It was a cold December morning when my friends and I, Emily, Mark, Sarah, and I, decided to embark on an adventure to Denali, eager to conquer its majestic peaks and experience the raw beauty of the Alaskan wilderness. We were seasoned hikers and avid winter sports enthusiasts, fully equipped with the latest gear and meticulously planned routes. Armed with maps, GPS devices, and an unyielding spirit of camaraderie, we set out with high hopes and excitement coursing through our veins. The first few days were everything we had dreamed of. The snow-covered landscapes stretched endlessly before us. Pristine and untouched, we trekked through dense pine forests, crossed frozen rivers, and ascended steep trails that offered breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains. Each evening, we set up camp, sharing stories by the fire and marveling at the clarity of the night sky, punctuated by a blanket of stars. However, as we ventured deeper into the heart of Denali, the weather began to change. Dark clouds loomed ominously on the horizon, casting long shadows over the snow-covered terrain. The wind picked up, whispering warnings through the trees, but we dismissed them as mere signs of nature's unpredictability. Determined to push forward, we continued our ascent, unaware of the impending doom that awaited us. On the fifth day, we decided to take a detour to explore a less-traveled trail that promised even more spectacular vistas. The path was challenging, with steep inclines and narrow ridges, but our enthusiasm kept us moving forward. As noon approached, the sky darkened rapidly, and the temperature plummeted. We realized too late that a fierce blizzard was brewing, its fury unleashed with terrifying speed. Panic set in as visibility dropped to near zero, the swirling snow making it impossible to discern the path ahead. The wind howled like a living beast, tearing at our faces and chilling us to the bone. We huddled together, seeking shelter against the storm's wrath. But the howling winds seemed to penetrate even the thickest layers of our gear. Our communication devices were rendered useless, swallowed by the relentless snow and interference. In the chaos of the blizzard, we lost sight of each other. Emily and Mark were separated from Sarah and me, their voices drowned out by the storm's roar. The night was a terrifying ordeal of isolation and fear, each of us grappling with the desperate hope of finding our way back to the group. As hours passed, exhaustion and hypothermia began to take their toll, our bodies numb and our minds clouded by fear and desperation. It was in the early hours of the morning, when hope was dwindling and darkness enveloped the world, that I found myself alone, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of dread. The storm showed no signs of abating, and the cold was merciless. As I stumbled through the blinding snow, disoriented and on the brink of collapse, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper carried by the wind. "Jonathan, Jonathan." At first, I thought it was a trick of my mind, the result of sheer exhaustion and isolation. But the voice grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the storm like a mournful cry. "Jonathan, help us." The whispers seemed to come from all directions, their sorrowful tones sending shivers down my spine. Desperate and terrified, I pressed on, the voice guiding me through the blinding whiteout. Each step felt like a battle against an unseen force, the storm's fury seemingly intensified by the presence of something beyond our understanding. The whispers followed me relentlessly, their origin elusive yet unmistakably familiar. Hours turned into what felt like an eternity as I navigated the treacherous terrain. The storm showing no mercy, my strength waned, and I struggled to keep moving forward. The whispers a constant reminder of the friends I had lost to the storm's wrath. Just as my hope was about to fade completely, the storm began to subside, the winds dying down and the snow slowing to a gentle fall. Exhausted and near collapse, I stumbled upon a makeshift shelter, a small, abandoned cabin nestled between two towering pines. With nothing left to lose, I forced the door open and collapsed inside, my body trembling from the cold and the harrowing experience. The cabin was dark and silent, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. I found solace in the relative warmth, but the whispers still echoed in my mind, their sorrowful pleas a haunting reminder of the night we lost. Morning light filtered through the cabin's broken windows, revealing the devastation wrought by the storm. Determined to find help, I ventured out into the still frozen wilderness, following the faint trail back to civilization. Hours later, exhausted and frostbitten, I finally stumbled upon a search party dispatched by the authorities. They found me wandering through the snow, alive but deeply traumatized by the night's events. The aftermath of that harrowing night was a blur of grief and sorrow. Our group had been scattered by the storm, and despite extensive search efforts, only I had survived. Emily and Mark were never found, their disappearance a tragic loss that left our community mourning and questioning the forces of nature that had claimed their lives so mercilessly. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister had been at play during the storm. The whispers I heard seemed too real, too desperate to be mere figments of my imagination. Locals spoke of spirits trapped in the mountains, their souls forever bound to the unforgiving landscape, seeking help and release from their eternal torment. Years have passed since that fateful winter, but the memories remain vivid, haunting me like a ghost that refuses to fade. I often find myself returning to Denali, seeking closure and understanding of what truly happened that night. The mountains still stand majestic and cold, their peaks shrouded in snow, holding secrets that the storm's fury had only partially revealed. The blizzard of 1992 at Denali became a cautionary tale, a story of survival against insurmountable odds and the supernatural forces that may lurk within nature's most extreme environments. It taught me about the fragility of life, the power of hope, and the enduring bonds of friendship forged in the face of unimaginable adversity. And so, every winter, as the first snowflakes begin to fall, I remember the whispers in the wind, the screams lost in the storm, and the friends I lost to the mountain's icy embrace. The blizzard remains a chilling reminder that nature's beauty can conceal its darkest secrets, and that sometimes, the most terrifying horrors are those that reside within the very elements we seek to conquer. Story number 25. The New Portrait at Winter Ridge, USA. 1981. I still wake up in the dead of night. The chill of that December evening in 1981 creeping into my bones like the shadows that danced on the walls of our rented cabin. My name is David Harris, and the memories of that Christmas at Winter Ridge remain etched in my mind, haunting me every time I recall the silent whispers and the cold gaze that never left the painting. It was the holiday season, a time when my wife, Linda, and our two children, Emily and Jake, decided to escape the hustle and bustle of city life. We yearned for tranquility, a place where the snow-covered landscape and the serenity of the mountains could offer us a reprieve. After weeks of searching, we stumbled upon a charming cabin nestled in the heart of the Rockies, promising peace and picturesque views. From the moment we arrived, Winter Ridge seemed like a dream. The cabin was cozy, adorned with rustic furniture and large windows that framed the majestic peaks outside. The scent of pine and the soft crackle of the fireplace welcomed us, and we felt an immediate sense of belonging. The advertisement had showcased beautiful images of the interior and the surrounding wilderness, but nothing had prepared us for the peculiar addition that awaited us inside. As we unpacked, Emily, ever the curious one, discovered a large, ornate painting hanging in the living room. It depicted a man standing against the backdrop of a snowy landscape, his eyes piercing and cold, almost lifelike. The painting was striking, his presence commanding attention. Yet there was no mention of it in the cabin's listing or during our initial walkthrough. When I asked the owner, an elderly man named Mr. Thompson, about it, he simply shrugged and said, "It's just something that happened to be here. Adds character, I suppose." That night, as we settled in, the painting seemed to watch us with an intensity that was unsettling. Emily kept glancing at it, whispering about how the man's eyes felt like they were following her every move. I dismissed it as her imagination, the result of the cabin's secluded and eerie atmosphere. But Linda shared my unease. There was something undeniably off about that portrait. The first few nights passed uneventfully, but soon, strange occurrences began to disrupt our peaceful retreat. It started subtly. Doors that we were certain we had closed were found ajar in the morning, and items seemed to have moved slightly from where we left them. Emily and Jake swore they heard footsteps echoing through the bedrooms at night, a soft, shuffling sound that sent shivers down their spines. When we checked, no one was there, just the stillness of the night and the haunting gaze of the painting. One particularly frigid night, the wind howled outside, rattling the windows and sending icy drafts through the cabin. We huddled together in the living room, the fireplace struggling to keep the chill at bay. Emily was visibly shaken, her eyes darting nervously towards the painting. "Why does he keep looking at us?" she whispered, clutching her blanket tightly. Linda tried to reassure her, but even she couldn't mask the fear in her voice. "It's just a painting, sweetie. There's nothing to be afraid of." But as the clock ticked past midnight, the true horror began to unfold. The room grew colder, the temperature dropping sharply despite the fire's effort. The shadows in the corners seemed to lengthen, and the silence was broken by the soft, deliberate footsteps that Emily and Jake had described. Panic set in as we realized the footsteps were now closer, moving deliberately from room to room. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer, just the sound of footsteps continuing their eerie procession. We all stood up, hearts pounding, and made our way cautiously towards the bedrooms, only to find them empty once more. The man in the painting seemed to watch us with a silent, malevolent intent, his eyes glinting ominously in the dim light. That night, unable to sleep, I decided to confront the source of our fear. Armed with a flashlight, I approached the painting, examining it closely. There was something unsettling about the man's expression. His eyes seemed almost too real, too alive. As I stared into them, a chill ran down my spine, and the room felt as though it was closing in on me. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering echoed through the cabin. I spun around, flashlight darting towards the noise, but found nothing amiss. My mind raced, trying to rationalize the events, but a deep sense of dread settled over me. I glanced back at the painting, and for a split second, I thought I saw the man's eyes follow me, his expression shifting to one of pure malice. I rushed back to join Linda and the children, who were now visibly terrified. "We need to leave," Linda insisted, her voice shaking. "This place isn't right." Despite the growing sense of fear, we packed our belongings in a hurried attempt to escape the cabin that had become our prison. As we reached the front door, a sudden gust of wind blew through the broken windows, extinguishing the fireplace and plunging us into darkness. The whispers we had dismissed earlier now grew louder, voices overlapping in a cacophony of sorrow and rage. "Leave! Leave now!" The voices seemed to chant, echoing through the empty rooms and pressing down on our spirits. The house felt alive, its walls pulsating with an oppressive energy that suffocated any hope of staying. We scrambled towards the door, but it wouldn't budge, the wooden planks frozen shut by an unseen force. "We have to fight our way out," I shouted, determination battling with the terror that gripped us. With renewed urgency, we pounded on the door, the sound muffled by the storm outside. Just as despair began to take hold, a loud crash reverberated through the cabin, the door finally giving way and swinging open. We stumbled out into the raging blizzard, the cold wind biting at our faces as we ran for our lives, the haunting image of the painting burning into our minds. We didn't stop until we reached the safety of our cars, the cabin disappearing behind us as the storm continued to rage. As we drove away, the snowflakes swirling around us like ghostly apparitions, the memory of that night stayed with us, an eternal reminder of the darkness that can hide behind the most beautiful facades. In the weeks that followed, we tried to piece together what had happened. Mr. Thompson had passed away shortly after our departure, leaving no one to explain the origins of the mysterious painting. The townsfolk whispered about curses and restless spirits, turning Winter Ridge into a place of fear and superstition. The image of the man with the cold eyes became a local legend, a symbol of the unseen forces that dwell within forgotten places. Our experience at Winter Ridge left deep scars. Emily and Jake developed a lasting fear of secluded places and unexplained phenomena, while Linda and I struggled with the nightmares that plagued our nights. The painting's gaze haunted us, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Years later, the memory of that Christmas still lingers, a shadow that follows me through the quiet moments of my life. I often find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the cold eyes of the man in the painting staring back at me from the darkness. The abandoned cabin at Winter Ridge stands as a silent sentinel, the secrets buried beneath layers of snow and time, waiting for the next unsuspecting family to uncover its dark past. The legends of Winter Ridge continue to grow, each retelling adding layers to the eerie history of the place. Some say the man in the painting still roams the halls, his sorrowful cries carried by the wind, forever seeking closure that has eluded him for decades. Whether those whispers are real or just the remnants of our haunted memories, one thing remains certain. Some paintings hold more than just colors and brushstrokes. They hold the souls of the forgotten, trapped in a perpetual winter of their own making. And so, I warn others to heed the warnings of the past, to respect the boundaries set by those who came before us. For in the silence of the abandoned cabin, the spirit of the man with the cold eyes still lingers, his sorrowful gaze a chilling testament to the power of fear and the mysteries that lie just beyond the reach of our understanding. Story number 26. The Snow Beasts of Dalarna, Sweden. 1985. I still wake up in the dead of night, the echoes of that fateful winter in 1985 reverberating through my dreams like the howling winds that once threatened to swallow us whole. My name is Eric Lundgren, and the memories of that December in the remote forests of Dalarna, Sweden, have etched themselves into my soul, haunting me every time I think back to the night we never truly escaped. It was a bitterly cold December when my friends and I, Johann, Michael, Lars, and I, decided to embark on a hunting expedition deep into the heart of Sweden's dense wilderness. We were seasoned hunters, bonded by years of shared adventures and the unspoken understanding that the wilderness demanded respect and caution. Our destination was an area rarely traversed, known for its untouched beauty and abundant game, but also for its isolation and the eerie silence that seemed to blanket the forest. We set out early in the morning, the sky a pale gray, the sun struggling to pierce through the thick blanket of clouds. The air was crisp, each breath a visible puff in the frigid air. Our gear was meticulously packed, rifles slung over our shoulders, sturdy boots crunching through the snow-covered underbrush, and backpacks filled with supplies to sustain us through the harsh winter months. As we ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and more imposing, their branches heavy with snow, creating a canopy that blocked out much of the already weak sunlight. By midday, we had covered a considerable distance, the terrain becoming more challenging as we navigated through thick undergrowth and over icy streams. Johann, the most experienced among us, led the way with unwavering confidence, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of game. Michael and Lars followed closely, their camaraderie evident in the way they exchanged stories and shared the burdens of the trek. I trailed slightly behind, my mind racing with thoughts of the upcoming hunt and the tranquility that awaited us. As afternoon gave way to evening, the temperature plummeted, and the sky darkened ominously. Johann suggested setting up camp for the night, citing the need for rest and preparation for the next day's hunt. Reluctantly, we agreed. Knowing that the weather was turning against us, we found a relatively flat clearing, surrounded by towering pines whose branches creaked under the weight of the snow. Setting up our tents was a meticulous process, each step executed with precision to ensure our shelter was secure against the impending storm. After settling in, we gathered around a portable stove, the warmth and light providing a semblance of comfort against the encroaching darkness. We shared a hearty meal, the aroma of stew mingling with the earthy scent of the forest. Johann recounted tales of his past hunts, his voice steady and authoritative, while Michael and Lars exchanged banter that filled the night with laughter and ease. I felt a sense of camaraderie, a fleeting moment of peace amidst the wildness that surrounded us. But as night deepened, an unsettling feeling began to settle over me. Started subtly a vague sense of being watched, an unease that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. I glanced around, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, dismissing it as mere fatigue. I tried to focus on the flickering flames of our makeshift fire, but the feeling only intensified. Around midnight, the forest was enveloped in a thick blanket of snow, the storm we had anticipated now fully upon us. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful wail that seemed to carry with it the echoes of forgotten souls. It was then that Johann, ever the vigilant leader, spoke up. "Did anyone else hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. We strained our ears, the storm's fury masking any subtle sounds. "Hear what?" Michael replied, his tone cautious. "Something moving out there," Johann responded, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond the tent's perimeter. Before we could respond, a faint, scraping sound pierced through the howling wind. It was followed by a soft, rhythmic thudding, as if something large was trudging through the snow, searching for us. The temperature inside the tent seemed to drop even further, our breaths quickening in the confined space. Panic began to ripple through the group, our earlier sense of camaraderie now replaced by fear and uncertainty. "We need to stay calm and stick together," Johann instructed, his voice firm despite the fear that crept into his eyes. "Whatever it is, panicking won't help us survive this night." We huddled closer, the dim light from our lantern casting eerie shadows on our faces. The sounds outside grew louder, more distinct, a combination of unnatural noises that defied the rhythm of the storm. It was as if the forest itself was alive, its ancient spirits awakened by our intrusion. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the clearing, followed by a blood-curdling scream that sent chills down our spines. "Lars!" I heard Michael shout, his voice cracking with fear. We sprang to our feet, grabbing our rifles, and rushed out of the tent to find Lars missing. "Where's Lars?" Johan demanded, his eyes wide with concern as he scanned the blinding snow for any sign of our missing friend. I don't know," Michael stammered, his face pale. "He was here a second ago." Frantically, we searched the immediate area, calling out Lars's name into the storm. The wind seemed to mock our desperation, the sounds of footsteps echoing around us. But each time we turned to look, there was nothing there, only the relentless snowfall and the eerie silence that followed each call. As dawn broke, the storm began to abate, the winds dying down to a mere whisper and the snow settling into a soft blanket across the forest floor. Exhausted and desperate, we gathered our gear and continued our search, the footprints in the snow our only guide. But the night's events had left us disoriented and shaken, our minds struggling to piece together what had transpired. When we finally reached a clearing, the first light of day revealing the remnants of our night's terror, we found something that sent a collective shiver down our spines. Large, deep footprints were etched into the snow. Unlike any animal we had encountered, the tracks were too wide, too heavy, and the spacing inconsistent with any known wildlife in the area. "These aren't bear tracks," Johan muttered, his face etched with confusion and fear. "Not any animal I know." "We need to report this," Michael insisted, pulling out his phone, only to find no signal. "But how? We're in the middle of nowhere." As we stood there, the reality of our situation began to sink in. Whatever had taken Lars was something beyond our understanding, something that dwelled in the shadows of the Siberian wilderness. Lurking in the cold and the darkness, the sense of being watched returned, now amplified by the discovery of the strange footprints and the unanswered questions that plagued us. Determined to survive and find Lars, we made the difficult decision to leave the forest, our hopes of a successful hunt shattered by the night's horrifying events. The journey back was arduous, our spirits weighed down by the loss of our friend and the chilling realization that we were not alone in those snowy woods. Days turned into weeks, and the search for Lars was eventually called off, our memories of that winter night fading into a haunting legend whispered among hunters and adventurers who dared to traverse the remote regions of Dalarna. For me, the experience left an enduring scar, a constant reminder of the thin line between the known and the unknown, and the unseen forces that guard the wilderness with an unforgiving ferocity. Years later, I still find myself drawn back to the forests of Dalarna, seeking answers and closure that have eluded me for decades. The snow-covered landscape, once a symbol of beauty and adventure, now holds an air of mystery and dread, the shadows of the past lingering like the whispers of lost souls carried by the wind. I often hear the echoes of that night in the howling wind, the footsteps of unseen beings forever etched into my memory. The snow beasts of Dalarna remain an enigmatic legend, a story of survival and the supernatural forces that lie hidden within nature's most extreme environments. It taught me about the fragility of life, the power of fear, and the enduring bonds of friendship forged in the face of unimaginable adversity. And as the first snowflakes of each winter begin to fall, I am reminded of that tragic night, the blood-stained footprints, and the restless spirits that continue to haunt the frozen wilderness, forever guarding their secrets in the heart of the forest. Story number 27. Trapped in the Blizzard, USA. 1979. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that winter storm in 1979 gripping me like the icy fingers of the mountain itself. My name is Robert Matthews, and the harrowing experience of being trapped in the heart of the Rocky Mountains has left an indelible mark on my soul, haunting me every time I close my eyes. It was late December, the snow piling high and the winds howling like restless spirits across the peaks. My wife, Linda, our teenage daughter, Sarah, and our younger son, Tommy, decided to embark on a winter vacation to the Rockies, seeking solace and adventure away from the hustle and bustle of our suburban life. We rented a sturdy, all-terrain vehicle, equipped with the essentials for a week-long trip: food, warm clothing, and a map of the less-traveled backroads that promised untouched beauty and serenity. The first few days were everything we had hoped for. We skied down pristine slopes, hiked through snow-covered trails, and reveled in the breathtaking vistas that stretched endlessly before us. The mountains were majestic, their silent grandeur a stark contrast to the chaos we had left behind. But as we ventured deeper into the wilderness, the weather began to shift ominously. On the fifth day, we decided to explore a remote area known for its stunning but challenging terrain. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the snow-draped landscape, when dark clouds rolled in from the west. By the time we reached our chosen campsite, the temperature had plummeted, and the wind had picked up, carrying with it a biting chill that seeped into our bones. We set up camp quickly, the urgency of the impending storm pushing us to work efficiently. As night fell, the sky transformed into a swirling mass of gray, the first flakes of snow beginning to fall. Linda kept a close eye on the weather forecast on her portable radio, her face etched with concern. "We need to prepare for a blizzard," she warned, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "It looks like it's going to get worse overnight." I tried to reassure her. "We've got enough supplies, and our vehicle is well equipped. We'll be fine." But deep down, I shared her unease. The mountains held a certain power, an ancient presence that made you feel both insignificant and vulnerable. As midnight approached, the storm hit with full force. Snow fell in relentless sheets, the wind howling like a pack of wolves, tearing at our tent and making it nearly impossible to stay warm. Visibility dropped to mere feet, and the world outside became a blinding white void. Inside the tent, we huddled together, trying to stay calm and conserve body heat. The first sign that something was terribly wrong came in the form of eerie, muffled knocking sounds on the tent walls. At first, we dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our minds. But the knocking grew louder and more deliberate, as if someone or something was trying to get our attention. Linda held Tommy close, her eyes wide with fear, while Sarah tried to comfort him, her voice trembling. "Who's out there?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the storm's rage. But there was no response, only the relentless howl of the wind and the pounding of snow against the tent fabric. Hours passed in a tense silence, broken only by the occasional crack of ice and the persistent knocking. The fear in the tent was palpable, our minds struggling to comprehend the unexplainable phenomena unfolding around us. The temperature inside dropped further, and a sense of cold dread settled over us, making it difficult to breathe. Just as we thought the storm might begin to subside, the knocking stopped abruptly, replaced by a chilling silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the tent, followed by the sound of something or someone trying to break through. The tent flaps were ripped away by the wind, and snow cascaded inside, extinguishing the small heater we had set up to keep warm. Panic surged through me as I grabbed our emergency blankets, trying to cover my family and protect them from the biting cold. "We need to stay together," I urged, my voice hoarse. "Don't let go of each other." But amidst the chaos, a shadowy figure appeared at the edge of our vision, a fleeting glimpse of something moving against the storm's fury. My heart raced as I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Only the swirling snow and the darkness beyond. The feeling of being watched intensified, a malevolent presence lurking just beyond the tent's fragile walls. Linda clutched Sarah tightly, her knuckles white, while Tommy whimpered softly, fear etched on his face. "What's happening?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I replied, my mind racing to find a rational explanation. "But we need to stay strong." As the night dragged on, the storm showed no signs of letting up. The wind's fury seemed to amplify the eerie sensations inside the tent, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and nightmare. The sense of dread was suffocating, our thoughts clouded by fear and the relentless cold. Finally, as dawn began to break, the storm's intensity began to wane, the wind dying down and the snow slowing to a gentle fall. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, we dared to emerge from the tent. The world outside transformed into a serene, snow-covered landscape bathed in the soft light of day. Relief washed over us as we assessed our situation. The vehicle was buried under several feet of snow, our tracks leading nowhere, swallowed by the vast expanse of white. But as we prepared to dig ourselves out, a horrifying discovery awaited us. On the windshield of our vehicle was a series of large, deep bloodstains. Unlike any pattern created by an accident or animal, the marks were too symmetrical, too deliberate to be random. "What the hell happened here?" Linda demanded, her voice breaking. Before we could process the information, we noticed something even more disturbing. The snow around the vehicle was covered in strange, elongated footprints, far larger and deeper than any animal we had encountered. They seemed to converge towards the dense forest, disappearing into the trees with an ominous finality. As we followed the trail, our fear grew. The footprints led us deeper into the wilderness, away from any signs of civilization, towards a place that felt untouched by time. The air grew colder still, and the shadows of the trees seemed to dance and shift, playing tricks on our already frayed nerves. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a blood-curdling scream, echoing through the forest like a ghostly wail. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the scream belonged to one of us. Turning around, I saw the figure of Johann, our friend and hunting companion, lying motionless in the snow, his eyes wide open in a silent scream. Blood seeped from a deep wound on his chest, the sight more horrifying than anything we had encountered so far. "Johann!" I shouted, rushing to his side. But he was gone, disappeared without a trace, as if swallowed by the very snow that surrounded us. Desperation and terror took hold as we struggled to comprehend the unimaginable loss. We decided to leave the footprints behind and focus on finding a way back. But the sense of being followed never left us. Every rustle of the wind, every crack of a branch, heightened our fear, making us question our every step. After what felt like hours of trekking through the desolate wilderness, we stumbled upon a clearing where the remnants of an old cabin stood, partially buried in snow. The structure was decrepit, its windows shattered and doors hanging off their hinges. Inside, the room was eerily silent, save for the faint sound of dripping water and the crackling of a dying fire. As we explored the cabin, we found signs of a recent struggle: broken furniture, overturned chairs, and splatters of blood on the walls. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the musty odor of decay. In the corner of the room stood a large, ornate mirror, its surface clouded with frost. As we approached, the reflection revealed something that made our blood run cold. A figure standing behind us, its eyes hollow and empty, staring directly into our souls. "We need to get out of here," Linda whispered, her voice barely audible. But as we turned to flee, the door slammed shut with a force that sent us sprawling to the floor. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, our breaths visible in the freezing air as the presence of something malevolent pressed in on us from all sides. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice shaking with fear. Silence answered me, broken only by the sound of our own racing hearts. Then, without warning, the mirror shattered, the shards piercing through the snow and embedding themselves in our flesh. Pain exploded through my body as I realized the true nature of the horror that had claimed Johann and threatened our very lives. With sheer willpower, we pushed against the door, forcing it open and stumbling out into the snowy night. The storm had subsided, leaving behind a haunting stillness that seemed to hold the forest in its icy grip. We didn't stop until we reached the main trail, the footprints fading behind us as if erased by the storm's relentless fury. Rescue teams arrived the next day, drawn by our desperate calls and the sight of our battered vehicle. We were found alive but deeply traumatized. Our bodies bruised and frostbitten from the ordeal. The authorities investigated, but the mysteries of that night remained unsolved. No trace of Johann. No explanation for the bloodstains and strange footprints. And no signs of any otherworldly presence. The aftermath of the storm left our family shattered. Linda and I struggled with the nightmares that plagued our nights, our children too young to fully comprehend the horror they had witnessed. The once joyous memories of our winter vacation were now overshadowed by the darkness that had enveloped us, making us hesitant to speak of the events that had nearly taken everything from us. Years have passed since that winter night, but the scars remain, the memories of those ghostly figures, the screams lost in the storm, and the overwhelming sense of dread still linger in our minds. We never returned to the Rockies, the mountains now a symbol of fear and the unknown forces that can lie hidden within nature's most beautiful landscapes. The story of our survival became a cautionary tale among friends and family, a chilling reminder of the thin line between adventure and nightmare. Some say the spirits of the storm still roam the Rockies, their sorrowful cries carried by the wind, forever seeking the warmth and life that the snow has long since claimed. And so, I warn others to heed the warnings of the past, to respect the power of nature, and to understand that some forces are beyond our control. For in the heart of the wilderness, amidst the silent snow and the haunting shadows, lies a darkness that can consume even the strongest of spirits, leaving behind only echoes of fear and the eternal struggle for survival. Story number 28. Whispers in the Wind. The Jeanette Dumas Mystery, Banff. 1967. I still wake up in the dead of night, the echoes of that winter's terror reverberating through my dreams like the relentless howl of the wind across Banff's unforgiving peaks. My name is Michael Anderson, and the events of February 1967 have left an indelible mark on my soul, haunting me every time I think back to that fateful season. It was a cold December when Jeanette Dumas, a vibrant and adventurous woman in her early 30s, decided to explore the pristine wilderness of Banff National Park. Jeanette was my childhood friend, someone who embodied the spirit of freedom and curiosity. Her disappearance shook our tight-knit community, and the subsequent discovery of her body a year later only deepened the mystery surrounding her fate. Jeanette had always been drawn to the mountains, finding solace in their majestic solitude. On that winter day in 1967, she embarked on a solo trip, determined to conquer one of Banff's most challenging trails. Friends and family voiced concerns, urging her to take the easier paths, but Jeanette's resolve was unwavering. She believed in the purity of nature and the clarity it brought to her restless mind. The day she vanished, the weather had taken a turn for the worse. What began as a crisp morning with clear skies quickly descended into a ferocious blizzard. Witnesses reported seeing Jeanette struggling against the howling winds, her figure barely visible through the whiteout conditions. As night fell, the storm intensified, enveloping the mountains in a relentless fury that seemed almost supernatural. Search parties were dispatched immediately, braving the treacherous conditions in hopes of finding Jeanette alive. Days turned into weeks, and the harsh winter showed no mercy. The community held on to hope, but as time wore on, the grim reality set in. Jeanette was gone, swallowed by the unforgiving wilderness. A year later, as winter approached once more, a search team stumbled upon her remains in a secluded ravine. The discovery was met with sorrow and relief in equal measure. But what perplexed authorities was the absence of any signs of struggle or foul play. Jeanette's body showed no evidence of an accident or attack, leaving investigators baffled. The only clue was a series of vague, muffled voices captured on one of the search team's early recordings. "Jeanette! Jeanette!" The whispers seemed to call out from the depths of the mountain, fading into the howling wind. Locals claimed that, on the night of her disappearance, they had heard similar calls carried by the storm, voices that seemed both familiar and otherworldly. but no one dared to venture out into the blinding blizzard to investigate further. Years have passed since that tragic winter, but the whispers linger in my mind, a haunting reminder of the unknown forces that may dwell within Banff's icy embrace. I often find myself returning to the mountains, seeking answers and closure, but the wilderness remains an enigma, the secrets buried beneath layers of snow and time. One particularly harsh winter, driven by a mix of guilt and determination, I decided to retrace Jeanette's last known steps. Armed with nothing but a map, a flashlight, and my own restless spirit, I ventured into the heart of Banff, hoping to uncover the truth behind her disappearance. The journey was grueling, the snow deep and the winds merciless, but my resolve pushed me forward. As I navigated the treacherous trails, the landscape transformed into a ghostly expanse of white, each step a battle against the biting cold and the relentless storm. The howling winds seemed to carry whispers, echoes of voices that called out my name, just as they had called out Jeanette's. My heart raced, torn between fear and the desperate need for answers. Night fell swiftly, and the storm's fury only intensified. Visibility dwindled to mere feet, and the mountains seemed to close in around me, its silent majesty now a menacing force. I stumbled upon the very ravine where Jeanette's body had been found, the area untouched by time yet eerily familiar. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something else, something metallic that made my skin crawl. Desperation set in as I realized I was lost, trapped in the heart of a blizzard with no hope of rescue. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if the mountain itself was trying to communicate. "Jeanette, help us!" The voices pleaded, their sorrow palpable in the howling wind. I collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably, my breath visible in the frigid air. As I lay there, the snow around me began to shift, revealing faint outlines of figures emerging from the white abyss, ghostly apparitions of past hikers, their eyes hollow and faces etched with eternal sorrow. Surrounded me, they reached out with translucent hands, their touch cold and lifeless. "Why won't you let us go?" one of them whispered, his voice barely audible over the storm. Tears streamed down my face as I realized the truth. Jeanette and others like her were trapped in a perpetual winter, their souls bound to the mountain by unresolved pain and unfinished business. The whispers were not just voices of the lost. They were pleas for help, cries for someone to understand and release them from their eternal torment. Summoning every ounce of strength, I reached out to one of the apparitions, my hand passing through her ethereal form. "I want to help you," I whispered, my voice breaking. "Please, let me assist you." The ghostly figure smiled sadly, a glimmer of hope in her spectral eyes. "Find the heart of the storm," she instructed, her voice a soothing balm amidst the chaos. "Only then can you break the curse and free us." Determined to save them, I began searching for the center of the blizzard, battling against the relentless storm and the mounting despair. Each step was a testament to my will to persevere, driven by the memory of Jeanette and the countless souls trapped in the mountain's icy grip. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a secluded clearing where the storm seemed to converge, the winds swirling in a frenzied dance. In the center stood an ancient pine tree, its branches heavy with snow and ice, its roots entwined with the very fabric of the mountain. I placed my hand on the trunk, feeling the raw energy pulsating beneath the surface. "Accept our suffering," I chanted, repeating the words of the apparitions. "Release us from this eternal winter." A surge of energy coursed through me, and the spirits began to fade, their sorrowful cries transforming into whispers of gratitude. The storm began to subside, the winds calming as the mountain exhaled a long-held breath. The snow around me melted into a gentle snowfall, the oppressive weight lifting from my shoulders. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the storm, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden glow. The apparitions had vanished, their souls finally at peace, freed from the mountain's icy embrace. Exhausted but triumphant, I made my way back to civilization, the memory of that night etched into my very being. The avalanche of 1967 at Banff became a cautionary tale, a story of survival and the supernatural forces that guard the wilderness. It taught me about the fragility of life and the enduring power of hope. Even in the face of nature's most formidable challenges, Jeanette's spirit, along with those of countless others, now rests peacefully, their whispers no longer haunting the winds but echoing through the annals of Banff's history as a testament to resilience and the eternal bond between humanity and the untamed wilderness. Years later, as I recount this story to those who dare to listen, I urge them to respect the mountain's secrets and heed the lessons of the past. For in the heart of Banff, where the snow never truly melts and the winds carry the whispers of the lost, there lies a darkness that can only be overcome by understanding, compassion, and unwavering courage.